I'd like to call this special council meeting to order. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge that the land upon which we are located is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to reside in this area and add to the richness of life in our community. Madam Clerk, I guess we should all rise for the invocation.
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for all.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, Your Worship, with the exception of Councillor Flagg, and Regional Councillor Insina has sent his regrets. Thank
you. And there is no addendum or announcements for this special council meeting. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? There being none, Councillor Noyes, you have a resolution that we move into closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Move it myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that council will now hold a closed session meeting at 5:33 p.m. to consider the following. Pursuant to Section 239 in brackets E of the Municipal Act 2001, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, regarding proposed zoning bylaw amendment 0-1335 Pettit Road, PDS 81-2022, second planning opinion.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried, so we'll go into closed session. So we're back in open session, subject to a motion by Councillor Lewis that we return and reconvene.
Thank you, Your Worship. Resolution number 2, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes, that council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 5:55 p.m. with report that staff proceed as directed.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. And Councillor Dubanow, you have the motion to reconvene the special council meeting? Sorry, to adjourn the special council meeting. Number 3.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have that resolution. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that council adjourns at 5:56 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on February 27th, 2023.
All those in favor? That is carried. So we'll be back here at 6 o'clock. I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge that the land upon which we are located is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to live in our community and add to the richness of our community life. Would you all please rise for the invocation?
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, your worship, with the exception of Councillor Flagg and Regional Councillor Sinacensio's regrets.
Thank you. There are a couple of addenda this evening. The first deals with an additional public meeting, a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 316 Ridgeway Road, and that will be dealt with on Monday, March the 20th in the council chambers here at 6 p.m. The information report on that application will be available on Wednesday, March the 15th. That then, of course, shifts down the announcement with respect to the municipal drain that's currently on our agenda. And also there is an additional Crystal Beach BIA Board of Management meeting February 8th, 2023. There's a second addendum, deals with the deletion of appointments to the Accessibility Advisory Committee pending review of the terms of reference of that committee, and an addition of a bylaw relative to funding from the Ministry of Transportation, Safe Restart Agreement Phase 4 funding. So they'll be dealt with during the course of our agenda. Three very brief.
Just received this.
Okay, and we do have a delegation with respect to Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. They're not going to be able to appear this evening. They were on their way, and shockingly, the weather has held them up. Three very brief announcements. The first has to do with Surfing Santa, who was unable to do his thing on December the 24th because of the weather. His thing is getting out into the Niagara River, Lake Erie, near the Peace Bridge, Niagara River, and raising the profile for the homeless. And he generates not only news and information, but he also raises the opportunity for individuals to donate to those less fortunate and in need. He wasn't able to do that December the 24th, but he did it on Saturday, this past Saturday, which was February the 24th. And he is, so he got into the Niagara River, and he has brought a couple of bins here for individuals who wish to leave donations for the homeless. That information, those donations, he will translate to the people who organize the Coldest Year of the Night, which was held Saturday night in St. Catharines. There were plans to hold one in Fort Erie, but that had to be deferred until next year. So next year we're hoping to participate in the coldest night of the year to help to raise the profile of the homeless. Second announcement is that this Saturday, March the 4th, is the annual powwow at the Fort Erie Native Friendship Center. That starts at 10 a.m. I believe everyone is welcome, and if you've never attended one, you should go because it's an extremely interesting and informative event, not to mention it's fun. And then finally, I want to congratulate one of our members of council who has reached a milestone birthday. And some of us around this council chair will have reached the 40-year plateau literally decades ago. And I can tell you, Councillor Dubanow, from my perspective, life begins at 40. So happy birthday, all the best, and I know that you will continue now with your newfound wisdom. Now that you've turned 40, you'll be able to make even better decisions. So congratulations. Councillor Noyes, going to pile it on?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I think you forgot to mention that 40 is the new 20.
40 is the new 20.
You're making it worse.
Well, I know that you're not far behind, Councillor Lewis. And, yeah. And you were here at 20. Okay. So I'm going to move forward with the agenda here because we've got a heavy agenda. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? If there are none, there's a number of upcoming open houses and public meetings are all referred to in the agenda. In terms of open houses, there's one with respect to 3624 Hazel Street regarding a proposed bylaw amendment. That open house will be held on Wednesday, March the 8th at 5 p.m. here in the Town Hall atrium. There's also an open house with respect to a proposed draft plan of subdivision on Shane Avenue in Crescent Park. That will be held on Thursday, March the 9th at 5 p.m. also in the Town Hall atrium. And then there are a number of public meetings that are coming up. There's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 229 Cherry Hill Boulevard South, a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for property on Courtright Street, just west of Central Avenue, a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for property located on Schooley Road at the corner, be the northeast corner of Schooley and Rebstock, and also a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 4409 Erie Road. All of those are scheduled for Monday, March the 6th, here in the council chambers. They will start at 6 p.m. The information report for all of those will be available to the public on our website on Wednesday, March the 1st, 2023. On March the 20th, there are two other public meetings. Proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 644 Garrison Road and 525 Lake Avenue, which is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Both of those will commence at 6 p.m. here in the council chambers, and the information report for each of them will be available on Wednesday, March the 15th on our website. And then there's finally a public meeting with respect to the Frenchman's Creek drain, and that will be held in the council chambers on Monday, April the 3rd, 2023. The report with respect to that will be available on our website Wednesday, March the 29th at 5 p.m. That takes us to presentations, and Mary McClellan-Papp is not here, but Mr. Radcliffe.
Yes.
So Keith Radcliffe, you're the vice chair?
Yes,
I'm
sub-chair.
Okay.
Chair of the,
Good evening.
thank you, Mayor Redekop, and council for allowing time to acknowledge Heritage Week in this meeting. It was established the third Monday in February as Heritage Day 49 years ago, and Ontario has recognized the week following as Heritage Week since 1985. People, events, and architecture from our past that shape the community we live in today. We call this our heritage. Our actions and decisions in the present influence the quality of life for future generations. From our legacy and awareness of this continual cycle highlights the significance of cultural heritage committee of Bone. Eyes on heritage. Awareness of Erie. In addition to their designation plaque, each owner will receive Mayor Redekop.
Thank you. And Mr. Radcliffe, I'd be happy to do that. I would point out that I just received a text message from April Jeffs. David Adames will be interested to hear this. He's here. She's on her way. Apparently, the weather is causing her some delay. If we could do the other two, and then if April comes in, fine, and if not, we'll just hold that down until she arrives. Yes. So, excuse me. Yeah, the proper protocol is for you to face the council and address council.
Greetings to the council members and especially to the town of Fort Erie that is giving such a great honor to the Holloway Memorial Chapel. As you may or may not know, Holloway Memorial Chapel was built in 1894. And so we've already celebrated more than a century of worship at Point Dubanow. The original chapel was built by Mrs. Harriet Holloway Stafford in honor of her parents, Isaac and Marianne Holloway, hence the Holloway from Holloway Memorial Chapel. And it had several changes. It was relocated briefly, and then that was in the 1930s, and in 1951 was renovated. In 1990, the town of Fort Erie actually provided a landmark status for the Holloway Memorial Chapel. In accordance with the original wishes of the donors, we continue to be a seasonal chapel. We have 10 or 11 summer services every year. And we also have a strawberry festival every year, a fundraiser. This year, our first service will be June 18th, and our strawberry festival will be June 21st. We also provide a beautiful venue for memorial services, baptisms, and weddings. We are online in Facebook and have a website. And just in conclusion, this is a quote that I took from one of the historical pamphlets that have been delivered by and about the Holloway Chapel. Surrounded by legend, tradition, and history, the Holloway Memorial Chapel stands today as a serene symbol of spiritual peace, an unpretentious house of God that will outlast the plans and struggles of the various peoples who have set foot upon the beautiful stretch of land and water known as Point Dubanow. And once again, I want to thank you, the council members, and the town of Fort Erie, especially for Heritage Week, for this wonderful privilege. Thank you.
You're more than welcome, and it's a fantastic facility, and we really appreciate the opportunity to designate it as part of a building that's of historic significance in our community. So thank you to all of you, and I've been at the chapel, I've attended service there. It's quite a nice building. It's the people, though, that make it an even better facility.
That's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Keith, next.
Next, I call for the property owners of 348 Ridge Road North, the Moore and Cutler House. And this is Robert Gleason and Dennis Gleason.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
One over here will get a picture, and you take that.
Thank
Did
you,
you want to
Dan.
say anything? Okay. Okay, good.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
We have one more presentation to make to the Niagara Parks Commission, which is the owner of 657 Niagara Boulevard, but we will hold that down until the chair of the Niagara Parks Commission arrives. So we're going to proceed right now with the next item on the agenda, which is a public meeting, proposed plan, draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for property known as Crescent Acres. And the process with respect to this public meeting is that council will hear from a member of staff providing us with background information relative to the application. Council will have an opportunity to ask the staff member questions if he wishes. Then either the applicant or the agent of the applicant will speak to council to provide any additional information that they wish. Again, council members will be able to question the applicant or the applicant's agent. Thereafter, we'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application other than the owner or the applicant. And thereafter, we'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or ask questions about the application. And then immediately following the public meeting, the report relative to this matter is on our agenda. We'll deal with it at that point in time. It's an information report which provides background information to members of council. It's not a recommendation report, and the final decision of council will not be made until all of the information that is gathered through the public meeting and any other comments that have been received from the public and from commenting agencies have been received and taken into account by members of our staff. There's also the opportunity, and I don't know whether anyone is zooming in on this, but I will ask Cole Patton to monitor that, and before we conclude, I'll ask him about that, and then I'll also ask the clerk if she has received any written communications after the preparation of the report that bear on the subject of the public meeting. So we're going to start then with this public meeting, and I believe it's Daryl Vanderveen that is going to provide us with some background information. Good evening, Mr. Vanderveen.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop and members of council. Just going to pull up my presentation here. No, it's good. Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And again, good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, members of the public that are here in attendance, and any members of the public that may be watching this via Zoom. So this is the public meeting for the proposed plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for the Crescent Acres subdivision. That's located on 0-10747 Craft Road. The owner is Crescent Acres Limited. The principal of that company is Mark Bassiano. The agent on the file is Upper Canada Consultants, and that's led by Matt Kernahan. So the purpose of this application is to permit development of a plan of subdivision with 67 lots for single detached dwellings, 4 blocks for a total of 8 semi-detached dwellings, 25 blocks for a total of 145 townhouse dwellings, 1 block for a water course, 1 block for a stormwater pond, and 1 block for a future road connection to lands to the east. The zoning is proposed to change from residential 2 R2 zone, residential multiple 1 RM1 zone, open space OS zone, an environmental conservation EC overlay zone, to a site-specific residential multiple 1 RM1 zone to permit the single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, townhouse dwellings, and the stormwater management pond. An environmental protection EP zone is proposed for the watercourse block. The zoning bylaw amendment also proposes to remove the environmental conservation EC overlay zone from the property. Notification of the February 27, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 2nd, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application in public meeting on February 3rd, 2023. This slide shows a timeline of the development application process. We are currently at the public meeting and information report stage as shown in red. So the application was deemed complete on December 19, 2022. A public information open house was held on January 26, 2022. Again, tonight, February 27th is this public meeting and the information report. And staff plan on bringing back a recommendation report to council to be determined in March or April 2023. So looking at the application in relation to the new Provincial Bill 109 timelines, in which zoning bylaw amendments are to be processed in a 90-day time frame, this application is presently on day 70. If the recommendation report is brought back to council at the earliest available opportunity on March 20th, 2023, the application will be on day 91. So 1 day over. The subject property is located in the Crescent Park neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie, east of Crescent Road, south of Garrison Road. The site is approximately 10.68 hectares in area and is currently vacant. Although the municipal address of the property is 0-10747 Craft Road, the property does not have any frontage on Craft Road, which is to the east. All frontages are on Crescent Road. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, commercial uses along Garrison Road, vacant commercial land, vacant residential land, some existing single detached dwellings in Garrison Public School. To the south, single detached dwellings and largely vacant land that is also the site of a radio transmission tower facility. To the east, largely vacant land that is also the site of the radio transmission tower facility. And to the west, single detached dwellings. The subject property is currently designated urban residential and environmental conservation in the town's official plan. The subject property is identified as being within the site-specific policy area 5, craft drain area on Schedule A of the town's official plan. The site-specific policy area states that development within this area should be completed in association with an environmental planning study and a neighborhood plan outlining how the land will be developed and serviced in accordance with the policies of the official plan. A comprehensive servicing study and overall stormwater management plan will form important components. The Frenchman's Creek Trunk Sanitary Sewer Project must be constructed prior to development proceeding. So staff will speak to this more in the recommendation report, but we're of the opinion that a neighborhood plan is not required for this development. The subject property is clearly shown to be within the Crescent Park neighborhood on Schedule A1 neighborhoods of the official plan and is not within the Craft neighborhood area. It is also functionally part of the Crescent Park neighborhood. The subject property does not have any direct frontage on a Craft Road. Instead, it has 2 connections to Crescent Road. Further, the applicant has provided a functional servicing report and stormwater management plan that demonstrate that the proposed development will utilize the existing water, sanitary, and storm sewer infrastructure within Crescent Park. Staff note that the Frenchman's Creek Sanitary Sewer Project was completed a number of years ago. The agent has also submitted a natural heritage assessment that demonstrates that there are no major environmental concerns on the subject property. The subject property is currently zoned residential 2 R2 zone, residential multiple 1 RM1 zone, open space OS zone, and environmental conservation EC overlay zone in the town zoning bylaw. The majority of the site including the area proposed for the stormwater pond, are proposed to change to a site-specific residential multiple 1 RM1 zone. There is a watercourse block containing an NPCA regulated feature, which I'll get into more detail on the next slide. That watercourse block is proposed to go to environmental protection EP zone. The subject property is identified as being part of a significant natural area in Schedule C Natural Heritage Features of the town's official plan. There is a drainage feature on the east side of the property that is under the regulation of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The applicant has provided a natural heritage assessment concluding that there are no natural heritage features on site as defined in the town's official plan or Niagara Region's core natural heritage system. Niagara Region have commented that the assessment adequately addresses provincial and regional natural heritage policies. The NPCA has also provided comments noting that they have no objection to the conclusions of the assessment, provided the recommendation to protect a drainage feature on the east portion of the property with a 15-meter vegetated buffer area is implemented, and we'll see that on the next slide. This area is contained within a proposed watercourse block that will be protected with an environmental protection EP zone. The town's Environmental Advisory Committee visited the site on February 26, 2023, and recommended that the EC overlay zone be removed from the property. EAC also recommended that fencing be installed along the rear of the lots abutting the watercourse block to reduce intrusion into the vegetated buffer area. The committee also recommended that pollinator ground cover be included in the vegetated buffer. So this is the proposed draft plan of subdivision. So the subdivision features 67 lots intended for single detached dwellings, that's shown in yellow here. 4 blocks intended for 8 semi-detached dwellings. 25 blocks intended for 145 street townhouse dwellings. 1 block for a stormwater pond. 1 block for a watercourse, so that's where the NPCA regulated drainage feature is. I'm just going to see if I can get my mouse here. Oop. Yeah, this is the drainage feature here. So it goes through the EPA block and there's a 15-meter vegetated buffer on either side. The plan of subdivision connects to Crescent Road via 2 access points. The density of the developable area is 21.2 units per hectare. So just to go through the proposed zoning, the majority of the site will be under a site-specific residential multiple 1 zone. And it'll have special provisions pertaining to the various dwelling types. So I'm just going to go through those one at a time. So again, these are this is the location of the single detached dwellings in the plan of subdivision. The site-specific residential multiple 1 zoning for this development proposes special provisions to remove the maximum lot coverage requirement for all the single detached lots. The standard maximum lot coverage requirement for single detached dwellings in the RM1 zone is 50%. All of the other RM1 zone regulations pertaining to single detached dwellings will be met. So again, this slide illustrates the location of the proposed 8 semi-detached dwelling units. The site-specific residential multiple 1 zoning for this development proposes a special provision to permit reduced lot frontage from 9.5 to 8 meters for all of the semi-detached blocks. It also proposes a special provision to permit a reduced interior side yard setback from 1.2 meters plus an additional half meter for every story or part thereof above the ground floor to 1.2 meters regardless of building height for all of the semi-detached dwellings. All of the other RM1 zone regulations pertaining to semi-detached dwellings will be met. So again, these are the blocks for proposed for street townhouse dwellings. The site-specific residential multiple 1 RM1 zoning for this development proposes special provisions for the following that would apply to all townhouse blocks in the development. Reduced lot area for interior street townhouses to 180 square meters. The standard requirement is 200 square meters. Reduced lot area for corner street townhouses to 215 square meters. The standard requirement is 270 square meters. Reduced interior side yard setback to 1.2 meters. The standard requirement is 1.5 meters. removal of the maximum lot coverage requirements for street townhouses. The standard maximum lot coverage requirements are 60% for interior street townhouses and 40% for exterior street townhouses. Finally, removal of the requirement for a planting strip where it abuts a street. The standard requirement for a planting strip is 4.5 meters. So, the information open house, again, was held on January 26th. We had a pretty good turnout. We had about 15 or 20 members of the public attend. These were the main concerns that were raised during the information open house. So traffic impacts and speeding along Crescent Road. There were lots of concerns about drainage. There were questions about a neighborhood park in the area. And there was also concerns about the loss of open space that would result from the development. So these are some site photos. This is looking east into the property from Crescent Road near Garrison Road. So this is just south of the commercial plaza and Tim Hortons along Garrison, looking east. This is looking east into the property from Crescent Road near Evelyn Avenue. So this would be the second access point. And just to go back, this would be the first access point from Crescent Road. Finally, this is looking south into the property from Garrison Road, or specifically, this is from the Tim Hortons property. So that would be largely the development area. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Are there any members of council that have questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Vanderveen, thank you very much for your presentation this evening. I just have two quick questions for you. If you go back to slide 8 of your presentation, if you can do that for any one of these slides is fine. That's good right there. If you look in the lower left-hand corner of the image where Street B meets up with Crescent, and to the left you have a block of townhomes. Is there any? Are we going to have a requirement to construct a sidewalk along the townhomes, knowing that there may need to be a future connection to Garrison Road undertaken by the municipality? I'm just wondering if that's been envisioned at all.
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Dubanow, the development will have internalized sidewalks as part of the town's requirement. Unfortunately, all of the parcels between this property and Garrison Road, they're under private ownership. So there's no direct means of pedestrian connection from the development to, say, the sidewalk on Garrison Road.
If I can just jump in there really quick, Your Worship. It's not so much the plaza. I understand that that's outside of the ownership. It's specifically the townhouse block to the left of Street B, because that's under their ownership. They're going to be constructing that. Would there be any opportunity to construct even though it would be a dead-end sidewalk, we know that we're going to need to connect this at some point in the future. Is that something we're requesting the applicant to do as part of this subdivision?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Dubanow, we could look into that further. The issue is, because all the lands are private, as you mentioned, it would just kind of terminate. It wouldn't actually connect to any of the municipal infrastructure where the sidewalks are along Garrison.
I think there's a misunderstanding. I think Councillor Dubanow is talking about sidewalk on the Crescent Road from Street B towards Garrison, utilizing the Crescent Road road allowance.
Correct.
And
I'm
then
sorry.
a continuation of the sidewalk alongside the plaza to connect with the sidewalk that's on Garrison Road.
And if I can expand on that, Your Worship, I understand that the developer's not going to be able to undertake the connection from where the plaza is within the road allowance. I'm specifically asking if we're requesting them to connect essentially a dead-end sidewalk next to the townhouse block, knowing that the municipality may be constructing a connection at some point in the future. That's what I was wondering.
Okay. Yeah, through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Dubanow, that's a good suggestion, and we can definitely take a look at that, a recommendation report. It's a good idea.
And if one other question, Your Worship, and thank you for that, Mr. Vanderveen. The second question I had, just with respect to the deviation on lot frontage on the semi-lots, it goes from 9.5 meters to 8. Is that to accommodate the pie shape lots where the homes would be set further back? It's just, it looks significant, and I'm just wondering if there's a thought process to it.
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Dubanow, that probably is the reason. So the lots are wider towards the actual frontage with the road, but as you can see, they do widen out because they're pie-shaped, as you mentioned. But that's something council is free to ask the applicant as well to clarify.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, Your Worship. I'll leave the rest of my comments for the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes and then Councillor Lewis.
Thank you for your report. It's very informative. My question is in regards to, right now, parts of this are residential too, R2, right? And they're asking for R1 and other things. What would be the difference between, what would be allowed under an R2 as opposed to an R1? Like, what's the difference between the two of them? I see that they're following all the R1 recommendations, but except for lot coverage. But if they didn't get R1, how much of this would still pertain to R2?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes. So the R2 zone only permits single detached dwellings, whereas the RM1 zone permits a range of dwelling unit types. So I think the biggest limitation if they were to use the existing zoning is they would have to build single detached dwellings in sort of where the zone boundaries lie as they are today, as opposed to having a comprehensive development plan such as this, where they tried to locate single detached dwellings kind of along the periphery to buffer the existing single detached dwellings and have the higher density residential uses such as townhouses or semis sort of contained within the development. So the zoning that's in place there now, that was originally tied to another plan of subdivision application. I'm not quite sure when that came in. It was before my time. However, it did lapse. So one, I think using an RM1 zone is simpler because it permits all of the dwelling unit forms proposed by this development. And it also allows the applicant to implement their development plan as opposed to being tied to the original one which lapsed.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you. But, okay, when you talked about a comprehensive development plan, so if they followed the R2, they could not have done a comprehensive development plan?
Well, just to sort of illustrate it, so that's the current plan. Bear with me here. So this is the zone boundaries of the existing zoning. So the stormwater, like the open space, was presumably for a stormwater pond. That's in a different location. The majority of the site is R2 zone, which only would have permitted single detached dwellings. And RM1 is sort of contained to the back of the site, which is also located where that water course buffer is. So I think changes needed to occur to implement this new proposal. That's why they're proposing the zoning change.
Thanks to you, Mayor Redekop. I get that, and I'm sure they probably do want the zoning change to R1 so they can increase the capacity, the density there. The other thing that on the report, and as the report comes, I'll ask more questions, but I noticed that they want to kind of wipe off the lot coverage. So what does it mean when you have no restrictions or guidelines for lot coverage? Does that just kind of fall to the region then, or what are we actually telling the developer?
Mr. Van Der Veen?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes. So again, if there's an issue with that from council, that's something, comments could be made and perhaps the applicant could amend their application. I think the argument is that if the proposed dwellings meet all the setbacks, then they're sort of by virtue not really going over the maximum lot coverage, although I understand why there's concerns with that, because as you start adding on decks and things, that increases the lot coverage of the dwelling. So perhaps that might be a question for the applicant or the agent when he's up here to sort of expand on that further.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
That's all.
Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. One quick question that I had was, if you can go back to slide 8, it shows, thank you, it shows the houses going out, or the road going out Street B to Crescent Road and Street A. On the south side of Street B and on the north and south side of Street A, is there any fencing going along where the existing homes on Crescent Road would be?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, most likely that's something that can be requested as a condition of approval, but it is common that new development is fenced from existing single detached dwellings, provided it doesn't interfere with any kind of infrastructure like swales or anything like that.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other councillor? Mr. Van der Veen, before you go, I wonder if you could just provide a little bit more of a context with respect to the lot coverage. So if there's no lot coverage specified, then as long as the building complies with the setbacks, the building itself can be as big as they want.
Yeah, I think that's the argument that would be made. So you'd still have your requirements for rear yard setback, for amenity space, front yard setback for parking, adequate side yards for drainage and access. So I think the argument is if you're meeting all those setbacks, then why are you subject to an additional lot coverage regulation?
And is it your understanding, or do you have an understanding of what these single-family dwellings will look like? Are they bungalows, two-story? Do you know what they are?
I do not at this time, but that would be a good question for the agent.
Okay. And I'll save my other questions for later. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, that then takes us to the applicant or the applicant's agent. Yes, and before you start, Mr. Kernahan, if there's any of the recipients of awards that wish to leave, they may do so now. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship. I do have a presentation this evening, so.
You just have to. It's saved on it.
I don't have a view on the screen. Oh, there we go. So good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Matt Kernahan. I'm the planning manager with Upper Canada Consultants, and I'm the agent representing Crescent Acres Limited this evening. I should mention that Crescent Acres Limited is essentially Mountain View Homes. It's a separate company of which the majority is owned by Mountain View Homes.
I'm not sure what you want me to change.
You'll have to go on mute, Councillor.
I didn't say that.
Sorry about that.
This time I didn't touch anything.
No trouble. So Mr. Van der Veen's been very thorough this evening. I don't want to duplicate efforts here, and I'm mindful of council's time, so I'm going to attempt to be brief in my presentation to council this evening. So as you've heard, the Crescent Acres development is located in the Crescent Park neighborhood, which has been developing since the early 20th century. The site is adjacent to the commercial area on Garrison Road, residential dwellings in the Crescent Park neighborhood, and the radio tower lands to the east and south. The site has historically been used for growing cash crops and was actively farmed until very recently. As Mr. Van der Veen indicated, the official plan designates the site for residential development, and the majority of the site is also zoned for residential uses. So this slide shows the plan of subdivision that was previously approved on the Crescent Acres site. This development was approved before I was born in the 1970s, before Councillor Dubanow was born as well. This plan included approximately 100 lots for single detached dwellings and a large block for townhouses grouped together. The previous plan also included a road network similar to the one currently being proposed. However, it did not preserve the watercourse feature on site. So this is the currently proposed plan of subdivision. The plan includes a mixture of single detached, semi-detached, and street townhouse dwellings throughout the plan. As you've heard, the single detached dwellings are located around the perimeter of the site in all areas where the subdivision interfaces with existing residential development on Crescent Road. The plan also includes two large open space areas. The open space area in the north part of the plan, as you've heard, includes the existing watercourse that flows through the property in this area. The watercourse in an area of at least 50 feet on either side will be protected from development with restrictive environmental protection zoning and will be enhanced with natural plantings. The second open space area in the south part of the plan is even larger at over 2 acres. This open space area will include a stormwater pond and associated plantings. The stormwater management pond has been designed with very gentle side slopes so it will not need to be fenced in accordance with the town's standards for stormwater management ponds. 2-acre block of land will be transferred to the town following the development and will be publicly accessible for open space uses as the town sees fit. So you've already heard quite a bit about zoning, but the zoning, I should mention, the zoning of this site was changed in association with the previously approved plan of subdivision to permit it specifically. The zoning is currently a mix of residential 2, residential multiple 1, and open space. The proposed zoning is residential multiple 1 and open space. The residential multiple 1 will permit the proposed mix of single, semi-detached, and street townhouses throughout the site, as well as the swim pond and associated open space uses. The environmental area in the north part of the plan is proposed to be zoned environmental protection to ensure it is protected from development for the long term. So there were a number of studies that were completed and submitted with this application. These included a Noyes study, a functional servicing study and stormwater management report, an archaeological assessment, and a natural heritage assessment. The Noyes study assessed possible impacts from the commercial area on the future residents of this subdivision. It concluded that provided certain measures were incorporated into the building designs and construction, that no impacts would be realized. The functional servicing study and stormwater management study assessed the capacity of municipal sanitary and water services in the area relative to the demands from the development. The study determined that more than adequate capacity is available to service this development within the existing infrastructure. The report also included, a stormwater management report that includes a plan for managing drainage from the subdivision. This plan includes collecting all runoff from the site in catch basins and storm sewers and conveying it to a stormwater management pond for treatment before it's released to the storm sewer in Crescent Road. This same system will also collect any drainage from adjacent properties, including those on Crescent Road, that flows over the Crescent Park property currently. There was an archaeological assessment completed that found the site did not contain any significant archaeological resources. And lastly, a natural heritage assessment was completed at the request of the town and the MPCA. This study concluded that the vast majority of the site is a plowed field that does not retain any of the characteristics of a significant natural area. The only area of the site which does contain a significant natural heritage feature is the area around the watercourse, and this area is proposed to be protected for the long term, as I've mentioned. And I should mention, as Mr. Vanderveen has, that the Environmental Advisory Committee did have a chance to visit the site and review the natural heritage assessment. They've concurred with its findings and provided some additional recommendations for town to consider incorporating as conditions of approval. So the question came up, what will these houses look like? As I mentioned, this is a Mountain View Homes development. And this slide shows some typical house designs that Mountain View Homes has for single detached, semi-detached, and townhouse dwellings. Many of you are probably familiar with some of Mountain View Homes' other developments in the neighborhood and throughout the town. As you can see, the designs are quite attractive and they blend both contemporary and traditional housing forms. So this slide concludes my presentation, but before I do conclude, I want to touch on some of the comments that were received by the town in writing and at the information meeting that you may also hear this evening. The commentary that was received was generally about two issues, traffic and drainage. Primarily, the concerns we heard were about the existing traffic and drainage concerns. With respect to drainage, as I've explained, the subdivision will include an engineered stormwater management system that will collect drainage from the subdivision and the surrounding lands and treat it prior to release to the storm sewer. Our anticipation is that this system will actually improve drainage in the area. Secondly, with respect to traffic, Mountain View is committed to addressing the residents' concerns with traffic. That's why, despite the region and town not requesting one, Mountain View has voluntarily commissioned a traffic impact study. This study is currently underway and will be completed prior to this file coming back to council for a recommendation if that's council and staff's will. Any recommendations from that study will be implemented through this development. So that concludes my presentation, and I want to thank council for your time and offer myself up to answer any questions that council has.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kernahan. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Mr. Hannan. In regards to this, the request for no maximum lot coverage, I just kind of like no restrictions or no guidelines. One of the things was that it meets all the setbacks, but actually the lot area in some areas decreases by, in one case, 20, and another area in the corner it decreases by, I guess, 65. So if you decrease a lot, if you decrease the lot area for the coverage, like for where the house is going, how are you going to manage to get all the setbacks?
So as Mr. Van der Veen mentioned, the notion of removing maximum lot coverage is to allow the setbacks from the dwelling to the lot lines prevail. So that would be on the developer to make sure that their product met those setbacks. And just generally speaking, the notion of reducing some of the minimum lot sizes and eliminating the coverage, the philosophy behind that is to permit a standard mountain view home on a smaller lot, because really when it comes to housing prices, the biggest factor in the lot or in the housing price is related to the land value. So it provides for a more efficient product, which is more affordable. And that's really the reason why we're asking for what we're asking for.
And I take from your explanation that some of these homes are going to be affordable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, not by provincial definition, but when you use more land or less land, they become more affordable than if you didn't.
Through you, Mayor Redekop. I guess my next question is about the planting strips. You want the planting strips removed. And I'm not sure where the planting strips would have been if they weren't removed.
Turn hand, the planting strips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the planting strips would have been at any point where a townhouse dwelling interfaces a lower density dwelling, such as a single-family dwelling. For instance, the townhouse dwelling which interfaces Crescent Road next to the northerly access, there would have been a requirement for a 4.5 meter planting strip in that location.
Would there also be a requirement for a planting strip on Street A? If you go to the corner there at the top, where Street A kind of becomes Street C, and you see the two dark brown ones, or the tan ones, beside the townhouses, would that require a planting strip, or it never did require one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, planting strips only apply to townhouse dwellings, not to single detached ones.
That one wouldn't account. I guess my next question is that I know the drainage you talked about, that you feel that the drainage may be improved in this area. Is part of the drainage plan to put in swales?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intent would be that on the inside of the property line of the development, along the perimeter of the site, there would be a swale.
Can you tell me how wide? What is the space occupied by a swale? What's the width of the swale?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that information at this point in time, but I can get it for you certainly before this report comes back.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? So, Mr. Kernahan, you talked about none of these will be affordable under the regional definition or CMHC definition, and yet looks like there's going to be mostly two-story homes in here.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor, most especially when it comes to the townhouse dwellings. Those are the typical product Mountain View builds is a two-story townhouse.
And all of the singles that you exhibited appear to be two-story.
That's correct. It is more likely that a homeowner would choose a single-family or a single-story, single-family home than if it were a townhouse, but it's possible they could do either one.
The Mountain View development that I'm familiar with in single-family dwellings is in Ridgeway. And maybe not all of the houses are two-story, but the vast majority of them are two-story. So I would expect, since that's what you exhibited in your slide, that's what we might be expecting in this development?
Yeah, it's very likely. This is very much a family-oriented development, and typically they choose the two-story product.
The report indicated that at least a letter from the Mississaugas of the Credit stated that they did not have anyone on site when the archaeological work was being done. Typically, there's someone from the Indigenous community that's present, is there not?
Yeah, so Mountain View's policy on that is if they are contacted and requested to invite and engage an Indigenous community, that they do it. In this instance, they weren't contacted.
Right, and that's an issue then that the province presumably will consider because you're awaiting a letter from the province on that?
That's true. We are waiting on a letter of acknowledgement on the archaeological assessment.
Thank you very much. Before you go, Councillor Noyes has another question.
Thank you. Sorry I didn't ask this earlier. I'm looking at the plan you have in front of me, and I guess it would be Lot 1 and would it be the other one on Street A? I can't read the number. Is it 34? I can't read the number. But they both back onto the existing lots there. Was there any thought, particularly on Lot 1, because I'm looking at kind of where the house is situated that's already there, has there been any thought in regards to the shade that's going to be created if these are two-story houses for the existing house that's adjacent to it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a pretty significant rear yard setback on that existing house on Crescent Road. I wouldn't anticipate there would be any major shade issues associated with that dwelling there.
Okay, I'm thinking, if you look at house number, like lot number 1, if that's a two-story house, it doesn't matter how big the rear yard is. It matters how that building would basically is right adjacent to that lot that's already built. So if that's a two-story house and the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and this is kind of how would it not affect the sunlight in that lot, on that one, and also on the one on the other side of Street A? Like, I understand the back, I'm just, those two corner ones.
Through your worship, it wouldn't be my anticipation there'd be any significant impact.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mr. Kernahan. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the application in support of the application, other than the applicant? Okay. Then is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or to address council with respect to the matter? Mr. Sauer, please come forward. Good evening, and we need your name and address for the record.
It's Doug Sauer, and I live at 940 Crescent Road. Lived there for just over 25 years. I'm not speaking for or against. I'm speaking of concerns. Recently on a Saturday, we took a drive on Crescent Road from Garrison to Dominion through Woodside Court and Bryan Street. It appears the residents have an average of 2 vehicles per household. Currently, Crescent Park has Buffalo Road, Ferndale Road, Daytona, and Crescent Road with access to Garrison, with only Daytona having traffic lights. Residents from Lakeview, Grandview, Fairview, Bryan, Woodside, and the other streets east of Daytona turning right onto Garrison Road tend to use Crescent Road. Adding 220 proposed new Crescent Acres residents with only access onto Crescent Road will add approximately 400 vehicles. All Crescent Acres residents will be making left turns exiting Crescent Road when returning to their homes. There is currently room on Crescent Road for approximately 6 vehicles from proposed Street B to Garrison Road. During rush hour, between 4 and 6 p.m., this will be a problem for traffic on Garrison Road trying to turn left onto Crescent. Any vehicles exiting the Penn Financial Plaza will add to the traffic as well. School buses use Crescent Road as a pickup and drop-off point at the cross streets. 2 of those stops are Orchard Avenue and Ebenwood, where basically these new streets are going to empty. At the Crescent Acres info meeting, when I raised the issue of traffic and many speeding vehicles on Crescent Road, the representative, the developer, said that traffic and speeding is not a town issue, it's a police issue. I beg to differ. My next concern is the playground. At the info, we were informed the town is taking cash in lieu of playground in the Crescent Acres development. Residents of Crescent Acres wishing to use a playground would have to either cross Garrison Road or Crescent Road. The schoolyards or playgrounds are currently locked out. From residents of Crescent, from Grandview to Daytona, to go to the Ferndale Park, there is no road on Evelyn between Grandview, if you can visualize, between Grandview and Ferndale. There's ditches and there's a path. I know because my kids went to Ferndale Park to play. With the sidewalks on the west side of Crescent Road only, residents from Crescent Acres wishing to use the Ferndale playground will put themselves at risk when crossing Crescent Road. Currently, the only stop on Crescent Road is at Phillips Street. Adding to the traffic concerns during the cottage season, Buffalo and Crescent Roads are the main corridors for people heading to their cottages. Environment. Prior to December 2008, there was a forest behind the residence on Crescent Road. I beg to differ with the gentleman previously that said it was a farm. There were 2 crops in the 25 years I've been there. There were 2 crops planted in that field. Prior to 2008, when they came in with a bush hog in December 2008 and cut down all the forest that was back there between our area and Craft Road, we had no flooding problems, or very few. The sump pumps on the residents on Crescent Road currently drain into a swale ditch behind the houses. We have considerable flooding since the bush was removed. You can appreciate the majority of those trees sucked up a lot of the water that came into that wet area. We now have, whenever there's, and my wife sent a picture into Mr. Vanderveen regarding the flooding that we have currently into our backyards. During construction, the dust from the mud left by construction vehicles using Crescent Road are a concern. With the prevailing winds from the southwest, residents on Crescent will have dust on their vehicles and houses. Residents won't be able to open their windows. The only suggestion I would have is that the construction equipment only enter at the Street B, so they're not driving past the majority of the houses on Crescent Road. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sauer. Before you go, in case there's any member of council that has any questions. No, but thank you very much for your comments. We did receive, councillors were copied on the letter sent by your wife with the photographs. It certainly depicts the flooding issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, please come forward. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Steve Priest. I'm the 5th house down Crescent Road, backing onto this wonderful landscape that we used to call our home. Now, I don't know...
Your address, sir?
Pardon me?
Your address on Crescent?
988.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, we moved here in 2007, and we moved here because we saw this landscape that reminded us of where my wife used to live, but not me, because I grew up in Toronto. Toronto was a congested area that was full of developments like this here, where the developer asked for reduce this, forget this, I want changes on this, in order to get the maximum people in the smallest amount of area. And what did Toronto become? The worst congested area in Canada. And I think it's the 4th congested city in the world. Congestion kills communities. This is what's going to hurt Fort Erie. The congestion here, because they're going to put 220 houses in an area that should only Harbor, maybe 125. But you take a look at the scenery around Crescent Park. This does not reflect our Crescent Park. When you drive through it, this is a complete change. And it's a change that I find abhorrent, because these people at Mountain View Homes, who are used to putting these presentations in front of every town council, city council in the province, know they can get away with it. But I think this council is wiser than that, because this is home to all of us. But if you allow this, and if you allow these congestions going on, and these 220 houses putting 400 cars or whatever on our tiny little street, you're not going to hear the end of us, because we're going to say, yeah, we told you so. I mean, why don't they just get a road that goes out past our little grocery store on Garrison Road that's been shut down probably for 2 years now. I don't believe it's owned anybody. It's owned by a mortgage company right now, to divert some of that congestion, if you allow this, out onto Garrison Road, away from us who have to put up with these cars coming and going daily, in and out. What about the construction side of this? Construction vehicles will be using our road to get in and out of this area for the next probably 2 years before this actually becomes a place where people can actually call home. And I think that's going to be more noise, more stress on the people living there. My dogs are going to go crazy because of the extra noise. We moved here because of the quiet solitude. I can go back to Toronto and live like my parents did, my brother does, and be used to all that stuff. I would probably fit right in because I grew up in that. But my wife's a country girl. She dragged me out of that. And she dragged me first to Niagara-on-the-Lake, wonderful, pristine area. And then when we retired, down here, because this retirement home had everything we wanted, including you people here. But that's going to change, I'm afraid. I'm 75 years old now, and I'm not used to a lot of change, as you can imagine. Put yourself in my position. And really, I don't want to leave. This is pristine, and I want it to remain that way. Everything in Fort Erie, it shines of a community that works well together. I don't know if that's going to remain that way. I have sincere problems with trying to tell the people that live on Crescent that this could have been avoided. But because we have lots of land, as you know, in Fort Erie, to put maximum populations in the smallest area that they can find is going to change the lives of everybody in Crescent Park. This is not what Fort Erie is about, I'm afraid. We have lots of land around Fort Erie where they don't have to impact on the people living here. And what about our water resources? What about our sewers? What about the infrastructure that goes on in Crescent Park? I hate to say this, but in Crescent Park, we have a lot of power failures every year. So much so, I have 2 generators that I use constantly, and I have solar panels in my backyard, so when the power does go out, I'm not left in the dark. I'm afraid our utilities are going to be strained in this regard. And I certainly hope that we're not looking at the next 10, 15 years of my residency here in an atmosphere of I told you so. And I don't want it to get that far. It doesn't have to get that far. There are plenty of places where these people can set up their multi-use residences than in our beautiful, pristine Crescent Park. It's what we call home. It's not what they call home. These guys don't live here. It's what we call home, and we're going to have to live with. They can get their money anywhere. And this is all this is about. Get most people in for the smallest area that they can actually manage. Put these 2-story homes that are taller than our house, and they're going to look right in my windows because they're right on my fence line. They won't care because they've got a job to do. And I don't blame these guys who are pushing this, but for the rest of us that have to live with what we see in front of us will be the great disaster, in my view. I hope you carefully consider everything that I've said, because you guys need your voters, and I have supported the mayor. He came round actually to my house here this last go round, and we talked at my front door. And so we are community people, right? I love the community. You go to Toronto, where I grew up, nobody knows your next door neighbor. You want that to be what it is here? I hope not. I hope you can think beyond that. Yes, it's an opportunity for developers to bring housing in to our community. Our community is growing. But make it a reasonable community, not this high-density townhomes crushed together. Look, when I read this list, it says, we want removal of, we want reduced, we want reduced minimum side, we want reduced minimum everything, we want removal of this, we want reduced interior side yard, and it goes on and on and on. Is this what we're about here now? Where they can come in, dictate our communities because they think it's better for them? Yeah, it probably is. Is it better for us? I don't think so. I'll leave that in your discretion, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Priest. Don't go away. By the way, you look good for 75. He's only 40. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Thank you very much, sir, for your comments. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mark Sharlong. I live at 958 Crescent Road. Moved here 2019 with the understanding that they weren't able to build behind us. That's what was a big sell for our home. That's what made us buy our home. We enjoy watching the wildlife out back. We live in the backyard during the nicer weather, even the winter. We sit in our gazebo and just watch the deer and the coyotes. And that being said, we have, as it's already been said, a huge drainage issue. You step in our backyard after this type of weather that we've been having, you literally sink and lose the boots off your feet. Our sub pump is yet to have backed up. This new development, who's on the hook when my sub pump does back up, knowing that it hasn't in almost 4 years. And I mean, we've had some nasty storms. My neighbor also gave me some questions. He's a senior and wasn't able to make it with us due to the weather. He was scared about falling. As said about the extra 200 plus homes, the amount of traffic coming in, Crescent Road's insanely busy as it is, and with no park, expecting children to cross the road to go to a park. I mean, it's busy enough as it is that I don't want the kids crossing the road on their own, let alone when you add at least 1.5 cars per home added traffic. I'm already waiting to turn onto Garrison Road to get to the highway to go to work, and I'm gonna have to leave a lot earlier if this happens, because I'll be joining the traffic standstill at my driveway. Infrastructure. Can our hospital and other things handle this many more homes? Because, I mean, really, that's a lot of people adding to that, as well as at the end of Crescent Park, the field and the wetlands on Dominion Road is a large sub pump that's been there pretty much since I moved in, pumping water out. Can that handle the extra as well? And has one of the other questions was, has Works Department seen this, and if so, if they had any comments on it? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And to your final question, these applications are circulated to all of the various agencies and departments, so they would have had a chance to provide some comments with respect to the matter. Any members of council have any questions? And I'm sorry, how do you spell your last name, sir?
CHARLONG.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I saw somebody else's hand up. Yes, please come forward, madam. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jennifer DeCruz. I live at 1000 Crescent Road, and I would just like to voice my disapproval of this development. I bought my house in 2021, and the main selling point was that field behind the house. And another issue, which everyone has pointed out, is there is a lot of traffic on Crescent Road, and I'm worried about adding all those houses. I can barely reverse backwards onto the road without worrying about getting hit by a car. Yes, everyone has already pointed out how drainage is an issue. My backyard definitely has the same issues as everybody else does. And I know that my neighbor also, who couldn't make it here, has expressed the same concerns about the drainage and the traffic and destroying the wildlife as well. She's at 994 Crescent, and her name is Amy Hawley. And also, I am worried about the size of these. If there were to be two-story houses, one of the other features of my house that I really enjoy is all the sunlight I get. And having a raised bungalow, the basement gets a lot of sunlight to be livable. But I'm really worried with two-story houses being built, how that would impact it, and I think you brought that up too. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cruz. Members of council have any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this matter? Mr. Patton, is there anyone waiting in the digital waiting room with respect to this particular matter?
There's one person in the waiting room, Your Worship. I'm just going to wait for them to put up their hand.
Okay. So if that person wishes to address council, please raise your hand so that Mr. Patton will be aware. Any indication of a hand raised?
Nothing yet.
Okay. Madam Clerk, have you received any correspondence subsequent to the preparation of the report that you wish to refer to?
Yes, Your Worship, I have. Regarding 10747 Craft Road, I received one from George Wiseman at 311 Helena Street. He is in opposition, and I have circulated this to members of council and staff, and it will be attached to the minutes.
Okay. Then Mr. Patton, any further action or activity over there? Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to move to the report. Can I have a mover for PDS 50? Sorry. Okay, let me just shuffle some papers. Councillor Dubanow.
There we go, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that PDS 15-2023, the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for Crescent Acres 0-10747 Craft Road. The resolution here is that council receives for information purposes report number PDS 15-2023 regarding a proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment for Crescent Acres subdivision at the above address.
That report is on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be supporting the information report this evening. I'm just going to add some comments based on the feedback provided by residents this evening, as well as some brief conversations I had with Ms. Del Waria, the Manager of Development Approvals. With respect to the subdivision and Crescent Road itself, I think we have an opportunity to perhaps do something to make pedestrian access safer in the area. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be perfect, but I had an opportunity to speak to Ms. Del Waria about possibly a pedestrian crossover or something at the south entrance point. Then that way residents would be able to move relatively safe with a control of traffic to get to the other side where the sidewalk is, and then they can proceed from all points there through Crescent Park. From looking at the Spears High Point secondary plan to the north, there is an open space component to that where they outline where the parks are located and the recommended distances, and I happened to do some measurements, and I believe Ferndale Park is about 600 meters away from this subdivision. I live in Spears Estates on the north side of Garrison Road in the similar area. We have a park there, and the Alliston Woods subdivision is also going to have a park as well. So I understand where residents are coming from with regard to amenity space. If we can make the pedestrian linkages a little more friendly, have an opportunity to maybe do some traffic calming or pedestrian crossovers on Crescent. I think that would allow us to utilize our existing open spaces, particularly Ferndale Park. Fantastic, large facility, has washroom, splash pad. It's an anchor park. I think residents in this subdivision, should it move forward, would actually be so fortunate to be near such a great park that they could walk to. A point was raised earlier about Evelyn Avenue. I believe that is due for some work as well, so there may be some opportunity to improve pedestrian linkages down there. The one point that I want to touch on with respect to the zoning requirements and the changes, I think, you look back at the original subdivision plan that was proposed. Oh, goodness, I knew it as Crescent Farm, and the original subdivision has been on the books for such a long time that the approval lapsed. Like, it never went anywhere. The market has changed considerably since then. Even going back 10 years ago, you used to be able to buy a 70-foot lot in Fort Erie for $30,000, and a 70-foot lot now, if you're lucky enough to find one, is going to be $200,000 to $300,000. And that land cost directly has an impact on the affordability and the cost of construction. So when land costs triple, quadruple, the only way you can deal with that is either have houses that cost way more money or build more of them. And I understand the concerns residents have with that. I think it's something we all have to manage appropriately, but we have precedent for this. Like I said, I live on Kirby Street. We have townhomes in there. We have semis in there, 2-story single-family homes. It's a wonderful neighborhood. I caution anyone who characterizes these as bad neighborhoods. They're not. The people are who make the neighborhoods, and whoever moves in there, they're going to make that neighborhood their own. So I think there are some things we can do to improve this, make it even better and safer for residents. I've offered up those comments, Your Worship, and I look forward to seeing the recommendation report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. My first question is about the capacity of the sewer, the sanitary sewer. I see that it's going to take up, this development itself is going to take up 21.3% of the pumping station located east of Dominion Road, if I'm reading it correctly. So is that going to stress the system right now? Like, what's the percentage of it now?
Mr. Walsh, can you comment on that, or is that something we'll need comment from the region on?
Mr. Mayor, that would be the region's purview, but I would add that pump station was just recently rebuilt and more than likely accommodates this development.
Thank you for that information, and I would appreciate getting more specific information, because I would assume, and I'm making an assumption here, that the development on Helena Street is also going to be going to the same place.
Well, I can't see Mr. Vanderveen from here, but I'm sure he's making notes of the need to get that information from the region.
Yeah, thank you. I guess my next question is, how close is the closest park? I know Councillor Dubanow commented on Alliston Woods, which is not yet built, but I am aware of where the park is basically behind Garrison School, if I'm not mistaken. That one's built? Okay. How far it is from this development? How many meters? I know there's a...
Mr. Vanderveen, can you come to the podium, please? I don't know whether you can answer that question, but looks like you might get some additional questions. Do you know the distance to the closest parks?
Yes, we looked at that as well. So Spears Road Estate Park is about 750 meters, and that's if you follow the sidewalk network cut through the Garrison Public School, and there's a walkway connecting the school to, I believe it's Kirby Street, and that's the location of Spears Road Park. Ferndale Park is about 600 to 700 meters directly west of the subject property.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you for that. Do those distances fall in line with how close a neighborhood park should be? Like what is the requirement or suggested recommendation for how far someone would have to walk to a neighborhood park?
Yeah, generally speaking, ideally the max distance would be about 600 meters. So these are on the upper limit of that, or a little bit beyond.
Councillor Noyes?
Okay, thank you for that. I guess my concern goes to the parks, that I'm concerned that there isn't really a walking park, your little ones and stuff, and you're going to cross the Garrison. I'm concerned that we haven't really looked at the establishing a park within this development, and I think we had the same problem with I had the same problem with Elena Street too. And I know that we don't have a Parks and Open Space Master Plan that's up to date. And I think we're going ahead with all these plans and waiving the parkland. And I know in the report it says at some time in the future we're going to find a location for the park, but I'm concerned we're not going to have any property left, or we're going to pay twice as much for the property that we currently can perhaps access through 5% land and dedication. So I am concerned about that, and the 5% would get us, what, about an acre? I'm not good at math. When it comes to 10 acres and we get 5% of 10.9 hectares, I don't know how big that parkland would be.
5% of whatever the total is, and the total area is?
It's 10.68 hectares.
So it'd be 5% of that.
Well, I understand
Be
that, but I'm
that'd be
trying
half
to
an
put it
acre.
in acres.
Be half a hectare,
Which is
would be
10.
about an acre.
Okay, but that's what I kind of thought when I was talking to you, that's an acre part that we could have. I also had an opportunity of talking to Annemieke earlier to say, what exactly is 5%? Like, how much dollars are we looking at? And don't know if she has an answer for that now or perhaps later.
Yeah, has that been calculated yet, Ms. Dilwaria?
Your worship, to the councillor, no, we don't have a number yet, because if the application gets approved as part of the draft plan conditions, the applicant would have to do an appraisal for the land. And once that appraisal is done, we would know the value of the land, value of the cash in lieu.
Councillor Noyes,
Yes.
back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I do have concerns about the drainage and the traffic on Crescent Road. Being on council for the last 4 years, I think that particular road with speeding we were many times asked about the speeding on that road, that there is, a lot of fast cars, whether you blame the police or whatever, I blame the driver. But anyway, that's been an ongoing concern. And I think we are actually probably looking at that, one of those roads in regards to traffic calming. But I guess the other thing is the drainage, that if we kind of waive the lot requirement, the larger the coverage of the lot is, the less absorption you're going to get from green space, right? The lawns are smaller. So I am concerned about that, and we are going from an R1 to an R2, which already decreases the requirement, I think, considerably. But I'm not an engineer, so I'm not positive on that. But I don't think just giving, I think we should keep the lot coverage to what it should be without any, whether it meets the setbacks or not. I still think the lot coverage is important in regards to drainage. And I would like to know how much of a swale is going to take up that 6-meter backyard. I think we're going to run into the same problem at Helena Street. You're going to land up with about a 4-foot.
Is that something that you can comment on, Mr. Van der Veen, or the size of the swale?
Not at the current time, but we could definitely speak to that clearly in the recommendation report.
Thank you.
I would say generally speaking, they're about 3 meters, but I haven't reviewed the detailed engineering of this development.
Okay, so let's say they're 3 meters. Let's take that, so approximately 9 feet, right? So you have an 18-foot backyard, which is 6 meters, so half of that's going to be taken up by the swale. So I just kind of want people to think of it. So basically, your backyard is going to be patio and swale, pretty much. And there's a lot of things you can or can't do. And I know in the new subdivisions that, well, they're not that new, subdivisions that are about 10 to 20 years old, I have all kinds of concerns and complaints about the swales being blocked, drainage not happening correctly, et cetera, et cetera. So I do see this as a problem that we're going to be facing in the future. We're currently facing, we're going to see more of it. And I guess my last question is there going to be a fence between the townhouses because they're back to back? Is there going to be a fence between those that, actually it's my second last, is there going to be a fence between the townhouses that back onto each other?
Mr. Vanderveen?
Yeah, we could confirm that. I don't think we have that information presently, but we will definitely confirm that in the recommendation report.
Councillor Noyes, you said you had one more question?
Yes, about the sunlight. I am concerned about those two houses that are right on the two exits, because if they're 2-story or 2.5-story, which they can be, I guess, by the requirements, those people who are ready, like the houses that already exist on Crescent Road, would they not be impacted considerably by a 2.5-story house that's like 2 meters or 3 feet or whatever from the property line, if it's 2.5 stories?
Mr. Vanderveen?
I think I'll defer that to the recommendation report as well.
Fair enough. That's all, thank you.
Anyone
And
else?
sorry, can I get what were the two lots again? Lots 1 and 2, was it?
Yeah, the two houses that are on either side of the access. One on either, like one's Street A, one's Street B or C or
Oh,
whatever.
okay.
Anyone else? So, Mr. Vanderveen, since you're up there, maybe you could explain to us again what the issue is with respect to density and what the role of the provincial government is in terms of density.
Yeah, generally speaking, provincial and regional policy are encouraging development to occur within the existing urban boundary as much as possible to prevent sprawl. And in addition to that, to try and increase density on development sites in an effort to, again, prevent sprawl. I would say the density of this particular development is actually on the low side. Compared to the developable area, it's only 21.2 units per hectare, which if you look at our secondary plans throughout town, that would be in the range of I would say towards the upper range of a low density residential designation.
And in your report, you make reference to the provincial policy statement supporting complete communities. What does that mean? What's a complete community?
That's yeah. There's a lot to that. So a complete community would be a development with a range of dwelling unit types. It would be within proximity to amenities, and that would be like parks, but it could also be commercial amenities like the shopping centers. You know, other services that you would typically find in an urban community. Bus transit, access to parks, sidewalks, you know, shopping centers, variety stores. So there's a lot to it, but yeah, it's sort of like an overarching view of how new development should be integrated into the larger community as much as possible and have access to amenities and other public services.
Your report also makes reference to the 2020 growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and you state that it supports the efficient use of urban land and a range and mix of housing types. Does this type of development fit into that?
I would say it does. It does permit a good mix of single detached dwellings, a few semi-detached dwellings and townhouse dwellings.
We've heard a lot this evening with respect to this application from the public and from some of the councillors about park amenity, access to a park or parks, road safety, traffic impacts, drainage, the look and feel of this type of development in conjunction with the neighborhood. Are those the types of things that a neighborhood plan would typically address?
Yeah, I think I'll probably, again, defer that to the recommendation report, because that's a pretty detailed analysis.
I think it would be helpful to council if you did address that issue, because aside from those various factors, we do have an official plan, and we did receive a lengthy letter from an individual who has again raised this issue of the relationship between development in this community and neighborhood plans and the official plan. So I think it would be very much helpful if you could provide that information to us.
Sure, yeah, we will include an in-depth analysis of that in the recommendation report.
This proposal requests a reduction in the side yards for the semi-detached homes. So if it's 2 stories, a diminished side yard. Is that a good idea?
To be honest, I don't think it would have a large impact. Just comparing it to the R2A zoning, which would be what the single detached dwellings are subjected to under the RM1 zoning. In the R2A zone, you could build up to 2.5 stories in height or 10 meters in height. And regardless of building height in that zone, the minimum side yard setback is 1.2 meters. So realistically, I don't think it would have a huge impact. In this case, for the semi-detached dwellings, there would be enough space in the side yard for maintenance, access, and drainage.
Please think about that between now and the recommendation report, if you would. In terms of the agencies that commented, we did receive comment from the Catholic District School Board, but we didn't receive any comment from the District School Board of Niagara. They would have been circulated on this?
That is correct.
And do we typically hear from either of the school boards?
To be honest, it's, I'd say in most instances we don't. It's only if they want to make a comment towards sidewalks or which schools may be impacted the most by the development. That's typically the comments we receive. Sometimes we do receive conditions of approval as well from the school boards, but if there's no major issues from their perspective, typically we don't receive formal comments.
Ms. Dilwari, I think we better make greater efforts to get comment from the school boards, because I don't think the school boards can simply sit by and pretend nothing's happening. The number of houses that are being built, the number of families that are moving in here, we're going to need to address that. So if you would, I'd appreciate it. And then we have a sidewalk policy, and I think the policy says that sidewalks are only required on one side of a subdivision.
That's correct.
So that would be a policy we'd have to review and change if we wanted to suggest that there should be sidewalks on both sides.
That's my understanding, yes.
And are if this subdivision is eventually approved and if building permits are applied for, would development charges be applicable for these houses? Do you know that? Maybe Ms. Dilwari can respond.
Your worship, they would be subject to development charges.
Because they're neither affordable nor attainable?
That's right.
Okay, that's... and then... Yeah, okay, that's fine. I think you've answered my questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Any other members have any questions or comments? If not, then I'm going to call the question on the recommendation in the report, which is to receive the report for information purposes. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Now, before we move further, I want to assure the clerk that I didn't forget that there is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment public meeting with respect to 316 Ridgeway Road, and that will be heard on March the 20th here in the council chambers. The report on that will be available March the 15th. And I'd like to go back to the presentation to the Niagara Parks Commission. Sorry that you folks had to wait around so long. However, if we could go back to that, then I'd be happy to accommodate the Niagara Parks Commission.
Chair and CEO Dave Adams to be presented the Heritage Park. And many voices love you. For the designated heritage property, the Foresight Palace and Hildred, otherwise known as Gray Hall.
Not a problem. Congratulations. Let me give this to you.
That's wonderful.
We've been taking photographs,
Okay,
so you guys.
excellent. Wow, this
you
is
guys get on this
beautiful.
side.
Thank you again. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Give him a speaking area, I think it's okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
No worries. I'm so glad I got your statement.
Thank you. This is beautiful.
Absolutely. And here's the screws.
Perfect.
Same picture.
Wonderful.
This is a former politician, so you've never seen it?
No?
There's a lot of it.
Thank you again. I hope you have a safe drive.
Did you want to say anything to council?
For this or?
You don't have to. You don't have to. It's up to you. Okay, let me just get back to my seat.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and I just want to, first of all, say thank you for having me and apologize again to our presenters. I got caught on the QEW, and I was thinking maybe you had ordered this fine Fort Erie weather for our drive-in this evening, but thank you so much for this. This is absolutely fantastic, and we really are honored to receive this evening, and I just want to thank council members, and we really appreciate it, and I know we'll be back up in a few minutes for a presentation about an update. Okay, so thank you again.
More than welcome. Thank you very much. Okay, so that takes us to our second public meeting, which is with respect to 214 Courtright Street. And I'm not sure who's, Mr. Van der Veen, are you doing that as well? I thought you were able to shift some of those hard cases to somebody else.
Yeah, if my voice gets a little hoarse, I apologize in advance.
Not at all. Please proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay, so thank you, Your Worship. And again, good evening, council, members of the public that are here in attendance or maybe watching this meeting on Zoom. This is the public meeting for a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 214 Courtright Street. So the owner of that parcel is 2550663 Ontario Inc. The principal is Greg Walker. The applicant is NPG Planning Solutions Limited, Jeremy Tran. Just to point it out, Jeremy's not in attendance today, but we do have two members of MPG, Jesse and Max, who are in attendance. So the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding the proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 214 Courtright Street. This application is seeking to bring the existing building into conformity with the town's official plan and zoning bylaw. The building is being used for residential purposes with 2 dwelling units located on the second floor and 3 dwelling units and 1 home occupation located on the ground floor. The home occupation is a barber shop with 1 chair. This application is proposing an amendment to the official plan to add a site-specific policy area designation to the subject lands to permit the use of the building as a standalone residential building and for increased density. The zoning is proposed to change from general commercial C2 418 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 2 RM2 zone to permit a residential apartment building and address zoning deficiencies. Notification of the February 27, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a notice in the February 2nd, 2023 edition of the Fort Erie Post newspaper. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on February 6, 2023. So again, this is an application timeline. So we originally pre-consulted on this application in October 14th, 2021. The application was deemed complete on December 22nd, 2022. A public information open house was held on February 8th, 2023, and just to point out, no members of the public were in attendance for that meeting. Today we're at the public meeting and information report, February 27th, 2023. It's day 67, for us processing this application. And planning staff intend to bring back a recommendation report to council to be determined March or April 2023. So just to again speak to the Bill 109 requirements for combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the new time frame is 120 days. So currently we're at day 67 of that time frame. The subject property is located in the Bridgeburg neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie. The property is approximately 642.24 square meters in area and is located on the north side of Courtright Street, west of Central Avenue. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, single detached dwellings, a multi-residential dwelling, and commercial and mixed-use buildings along Jarvis Street. To the south, a commercial operation and land owned by the Canadian National Railway Company, including an active railway. To the east, a commercial building, vacant commercial land, and a mix of existing residential uses and commercial uses east of Central Avenue. To the west, single detached dwellings along Courtright Street. The subject property is designated core mixed use and is within Policy Area 4, Bridgeburg Core Mixed Use Area in the Bridgeburg Secondary Plan. The current land use designation does not permit standalone residential uses and also does not permit residential dwellings on the ground floor. The secondary plan also sets a density range of 25 to 50 units per hectare for Policy Area 4. This application is proposing an amendment to the official plan to add a site-specific policy area designation to the subject lands to permit standalone residential apartment building and a density of 78 units per hectare. The subject property is currently zoned general commercial C2 418 zone. This commercial zoning does permit residential dwelling units. However, it does not permit them on the ground floor, and it also does not permit standalone residential use. The intent of the existing zoning is to have dwelling units above the ground floor, with the ground floor itself reserved for commercial uses. This application is proposing to change the zoning to a site-specific residential multiple 2 RM2 zone that permits a residential apartment building. Further, the proposed RM2 zoning proposes special provisions to permit the existing setbacks, building footprint, and the number, location, and dimensions of parking spaces on the site. So this is the site plan of the property. I'm just going to go through first the existing zoning deficiencies, and these would be addressed as part of the RM2 zoning. So the first is reduced lot frontage from 30 meters to 15.24 meters. Next is increased lot coverage from 40% to 45.73%. Next is reduced front yard setback from 7.5 meters to 5.14 meters. Reduced side yard setback west side from 4 meters to 0.45 meters. Reduced minimum rear yard setback from 7.5 meters to 0.48 meters. Reduced planting strip widths adjacent to a residential zone from 3 meters to 4.5 meters, to 0.45 meters on the west side and 0.48 meters on the north side. And finally, a reduced landscaped area in the front yard from 20% to 16%. So again, these zoning deficiencies are existing. So next I want to go over the zoning deficiencies that pertain to the on-site parking areas and parking spaces. So first is reduced access driveway width from 7.5 meters, and it ranges on site from 0 meters to 2.7 meters. Increased driveway width from 9 meters to 13.07 meters. Reduce setback of a parking area from a lot line from 3 meters to 0 meters to the front lot line, 2.7 meters to the west side, and 0 meters to the east side. Reduce depth of a parking space from 6 meters to 5.14 meters. And finally, reduced aisle width from 6 meters to 0 meters. The zoning bylaw requires 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit for apartments and 1 parking space per home occupation. In the case of this situation, 9 parking spaces are required under the zoning bylaw, so that would be 8 parking spaces for 5 dwelling units rounding up, and 1 additional parking space for the home occupation. Currently, only 1 parking space can comply with the parking regulations of the zoning bylaw. Planning staff will provide options to address the parking in the future recommendation report. There's a couple options here. Could be special zoning provisions to permit a reduced amount of parking spaces. It could be regulations that permit the use of off-site parking. And there's other options available as well. And again, we'll speak to that in more detail in the recommendation report. I think we kind of want to hear what council has to say, and then we'll follow up with the applicant to try and chart a path forward, and then bring that forward in a recommendation report. So this is a site photo of the property. This is looking due north from Courtright Street. That's the front of the existing building. And this is looking northwest of the subject property from Courtright Street. So you could see the parking in the front existing and the side yard on the east side. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Darren. Thank you for the presentation. And I understand that it's there. It's been there for a while. If we approve all the deficiencies, and this is kind of like a crystal ball gazing here. Once all this is approved, can they then tear this building down and build with the same deficiencies?
Mr. Van der Veen.
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Noyes, we could probably build a zoning bylaw to speak to the existing building, is my initial thought. But typically, you're right, once we approve a zoning variation as site-specific zoning, that would persist on the site even if the building were removed and reconstructed.
Thank you for that. I do hope.
I wonder if before we leave that, Ms. Dewar, do you want to chime in on that if you have any additional information at this point?
Yes, Your Worship. And Mr. Van der Veen is correct that we can tailor the bylaw to this site-specific property. But typically, if we do not tailor the bylaw, then the applicant can demolish this building and construct on the site-specific regulation that council has provided them. But in this situation, we can definitely tailor the bylaw to address council's concerns.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. I think in this particular instance, I would definitely want to see that it be tailored to this, because I can see this becoming much more valuable as a tear down and a go up of basically 100, almost so much of the lot is covered with the building. So I'm grateful for that. That's my only question.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor McDermott.
Yes, thank you. Can you go back to slide 9? Okay, so maybe you can tell me what is in here right now?
Yeah, so through Mayor Redekop to Councillor McDermott. So the applicant did confirm the number of units inside and their areas. I don't have the areas off the top of my head, but there are 2 dwelling units on the upper level, and there are 3 dwelling units on the ground floor. One of those units has a home occupation, which is a barber operation with 1 chair.
Okay, so my question is, this is right now zoned commercial.
That's correct.
That being said, why is it that it's not a commercial element here, it's more like apartments? That would be...
Well, I think that's the predicament.
No, I'm kind of getting that.
Yep.
Because if you go down onto Cluck Street, if you go right to the house where the alleyway is, that is supposed to be commercial, yet it's residential. they're paying commercial taxes, yet it's the craziest thing I ever heard. So that landlord was about to evict people because of the fact that it wasn't his own property, so it's been a big hoo-ha. So this is one of these things that kind of disturb me. If it's in a commercial area, this should be a commercial building and not a residential building, correct?
Yeah, and it could be that the example you gave was a pre-existing non-conforming use. I don't know that.
But it's, yeah. But right now, I guess it's not, right?
This building that we're talking about tonight,
Yeah.
definitely, there's been no indication. I don't think there's been any documentation to verify that it's a pre-existing non-conforming use.
That's correct. So we don't have any records of building permits or anything. We did encourage the owner to look into submission of a legal affidavit. However, the owner did acquire the property relatively recently, so they don't have the long-term background on it. So we don't know when these residential units on the ground floor were added. Just to point it out, you can see the windows at the front of the dwelling here. Based on Google Street View imagery, those were converted to as they are today sometime around 2009. Again, no permits were issued by the town. The only record of a permit we have is, I believe, from 2015, and that was to close off an opening or something for basically related to fire regulations. But my understanding, talking with the chief building official at the time, was, I should say at the time the permit was issued, they were only looking at that one specific issue. They weren't looking at the overall rest of the building. It was seen to be as existing.
So changing this building,
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
would really put it to where it belongs in a residential state rather than the commercial state that it's in right now.
Well, I think the idea is to bring it into conformity with the OP and the zoning, and that would be through the combined official plan zoning bylaw. And that would be an improvement as to right now, sort of the history and what's in there. It's unknown, so if we try to bring it into compliance as much as we can, then it sort of solves the issue of, how the building is being used conflicting with the existing zoning and official plan designation.
Your worship, so this isn't going to be torn down, this is going to be redone, is that basically, inside? Or?
Yeah, I mean, we could, council could ask the agent for more clarification, but I believe the intent of this is to bring it into conformity with the OP and the zoning, so they can continue on. So they could basically permit how the building is being used today.
Just one last question. This side of Courtright is not in the BIA zone, correct? It's the other side of Courtright that's in the BIA zone?
I believe you are correct, yes.
Okay, thank you, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. I have a copy of the site plan on the report here. Are you able to bring that up on the screen there? Yeah, right there. Thank you. Just looking at this right now with regard to the parking spaces, 3, 4, 5, and 6, those are located directly on the property line. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Were any studies done to determine turning radiuses or any other methods to actually get a vehicle in there? I mean, when you have parallel parking on a street, you have the ability to move forward, move backward, you have a whole street width to navigate. There's quite a bit of restraints here, and I wonder how would a pickup truck, being Fort Erie, that's always going to be a possibility. How would a larger vehicle, like an SUV or a pickup truck, be able to utilize these parking spaces?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Dubanow. Very good point. Yeah, I would say the parking layout I've shown on here doesn't comply with our zoning regulations, which isn't uncommon in a downtown area. I think the existing parking on site is a little bit different than this configuration, so I think this was sort of an attempt from the agent to sort of try and accommodate as much parking on site as possible. That being said, I don't think it complies with our zoning bylaw regulations, but like I say, we could try to chart a path forward to try to resolve it as much as we can.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Your Worship. I'll have some more comments about that during the report. Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
Any other councillors? I will save my questions for the applicant and the report. Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
Thank you.
So, is the owner or the applicant's agent wish to address council? Good evening.
Good evening.
And you are?
Sorry, my name is Max Fedishak, and this is Jesse Ospitz, and we're representing the applicant. We're both NPG Planning Solutions.
And is the owner present?
The owner is not present.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm just going to wait for the presentation. Yeah, it's that one, sorry. Top 214 public meeting. Right. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. As I just said, my name is Max Fedishak, and I'm a planner at NPG Planning Solutions, and I'll be presenting on behalf of the combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendments at 214 Courtright. Perfect. The subject lands feature a lot area of 642.3 square meters, a lot depth of 42.1 meters, and a lot frontage of 15.24 meters. There's an existing two-story brick and vinyl apartment building on the site containing 5 residential units and a home occupation, as mentioned, which is a barber shop. There are 6 parking spaces on the subject lands. 3 of these spaces are located at the south of the property, which encroach into the Courtright Street right-of-way. There is also a parking space which encroaches onto the neighboring property to the east. So I've highlighted that in this screenshot here for your identification. The subject lands are located near the intersection of Courtright Street and Central Avenue. This area features a mix of land uses. There are low-density residential lands located to the west and commercial uses to the north and the east. The Jarvis Street Commercial Corridor is also located to the northeast. The municipality does not have clear records of the history of the property. Based on Google Street View, the site appears to have commercial use prior to 2007. The current owner acquired the property May 21st, 2021. The town does not have records of permits being issued. As the owner acquired the subject lands after the conversion to residential use, the owner is also not aware of any prior building permits. According to MPAC data, the property is assessed as a fourplex. Similarly, there is a precedent of the subject lands never having established parking. The 2020 aerial photos demonstrate the current parking configuration, with previous aerial photos showing no established parking on the subject lands. The proposal. The proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments seek to bring the subject lands into conformity. There will be no additional dwelling units created as a result of this proposal. There are minor site works included with this proposal, such as the shed which currently encroaches onto the property to the east, will be relocated to be wholly on the subject lands. The landscaping features such as planter boxes and benches will also be installed. The on-site parking will also be reconfigured. The proposed parking configuration will ensure all parking spaces are located on the subject lands. 1 space will be reserved for the home occupation. As this home occupation is a barber shop, this spot will not be in use during evening hours. The remaining 5 spaces will be provided for residents. 4 spaces on the subject lands will be provided in tandem along the eastern property line. These tandem spaces will allow for the creation of an unobstructed pedestrian walkway to provide access to the entrances on the eastern side of the building. So very quickly, as Darrell mentioned, the proposed official plan amendment seeks to redesignate the subject lands from Bridgeburg Core Mixed Use Area to a site-specific policy area. This site-specific policy area would provide relief to policies 4.15.8.1, A and C by permitting residential uses to occupy 100% of the ground floor and to permit a residential density of 78 units per hectare, which is existing. The zoning bylaw amendment is proposed to rezone the subject lands from general commercial C2-418 to a site-specific residential multiple RM2 XX zone. The site-specific zone will provide provisions to address the existing circumstances that Darrell has already addressed. Site-specific provisions will also be included to address the parking reconfiguration on the site. Reduce number of parking spaces from 8.5 to 6, reduce parking space length from 6 meters to 5.14 for spaces 1 and 2, and 5.2 meters for spaces 3 to 6. Parking separation distance from street and lot lines, and to permit parking in tandem. So we believe that the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is supportable as it brings the site into conformity with the official plan and zoning bylaw. It results in an improvement of outdoor space as benches and planter boxes will be installed, and the reconfiguration of parking is an improved parking orientation on the subject lands. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Can you go back to the picture that shows where the stairs are?
Yes, I don't know, do I have Sorry, can you pull up the present? I don't think this mouse is working. Maybe I can just. I believe slide 8 has it.
No, it's one of the pictures.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant
I
the
think it's
site plan.
5. Yeah, you can see this. You can see the stairs there. Are there people living upstairs on the second floor?
Yes, there are 2 units, through you, Mr. Mayor, there are 2 units on the second floor.
Are there railings on those stairs?
I believe so. It just doesn't look like a good picture.
No, it doesn't look like there's any railings. Okay, so if I was parked in parking space 6, and somebody was parked in 4 and 5, and the stairs are there, how would I get out? Because the parking space is 5.7 meters, right, how would I get out? Oh, it's 2.7, I'm sorry. 2.7 meters is what the parking width is.
Yes.
What's the width between where the parking space ends and the building or the stairs begin? I don't see it on there. So if you're looking
We'll confirm that dimension. We don't have it at this point.
Thank you for that, because to me it looks like that a regular car wouldn't fit. So you can draw these parking spaces on there. You can, but I don't see it being practically used as parking spaces at all. I don't think anybody who parks in 6, 5, or 4 is going to be able to get in and out.
There will be enough, we will confirm the accurate dimensions, but the intention of placing all the spaces on the eastern lot line was to allow a walkway and ease of access for the, when exiting the vehicle to the western side. So there would be access that way.
One thing I'd like to point out about the parking spaces, I know that the legal non-conforming use hasn't been established, but there is a history of the site being used for various, like, we don't know the exact history of the site, but the subject lands were developed, the existing building was constructed in 1945. There were no specific municipal records indicating what the historical uses of the subject lands were. The information that we had was from MPAC, where we have found that the subject lands are believed to have been a fourplex previously. We also have Google Street View, which has provided that the subject lands at one point did have a storefront. So that being stated, there is some legal non-conforming status, but the full nature we don't have that. When you are considering these types of applications with legal non-conforming status, providing So one of the things would be also with respect to parking. So if there is a deficiency in the number of parking spaces, the Planning Act would not permit a bylaw to be passed to require that the deficiency be made up. That being stated, we don't have the full nature of the legal nonconforming status, but so it's very difficult to determine the number of parking spaces that would be required. And we also know that the subject lands, as you saw from the previous photos, the subject lands have never accommodated the number of parking spaces that would be required for these uses. So
Actually getting into some dangerous waters here because you don't know the history of the property, and yet you're talking about how many parking spaces would have historically been required. If you don't know what the use was, how do you know what the required number of parking spaces?
that's the problem we're in. We're trying to
Right,
navigate.
it is a problem for you. Councillor Noyes, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I think you're kind of describing the situation I'm saying is that you can put as many parking spaces as you want on there on numbers, but in practicality, none of those, except for maybe 3, 1, 2, and 3, are practical. I mean, it may meet some guidelines so that this bylaw can pass the powers to be, but in actual fact, all the pictures you showed me, not one of them that I can recall has actually a car parked in any of those spots. There's one parked way over at the top, but again, I think the parking spaces are misleading. I don't think they actually exist, nor can they exist, except for
Okay,
1,
so
2,
now
and
you're
3.
getting into comments. Councillor Noyes, that's for the
Okay.
report.
Fair enough.
Any other questions by members of council? So just so that I'm clear, the current owner acquired the property in 2021.
That's correct.
Did the current owner do any due diligence whatsoever with respect to this property prior to purchasing it? Do you know or do you not know?
I don't have that information. I apologize.
And do you know who the real estate agent or company was that listed and sold the property?
I don't have that information. I apologize.
And have you contemplated where the fire access would be if there was a fire and the fire department needed access to the rear portion of the property? Have you contemplated that?
With the way the layout is presently, there's stacked parking, so if cars are parked, you wouldn't be able to drive a fire truck to the back. That is, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. You folks are finished then, no more questions by members of council, so thank you. So I'm now going to ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the application other than the applicant or the applicant's agents. And if not, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or to address council with respect to the application? There being none, I'm going to declare this public meeting, sorry. Is there anyone in the digital waiting room that wishes to enter the... Okay, perfect. And Madam Clerk, have we received any correspondence subsequent to the information report?
No, I have not, Your Worship.
Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to go to the report. Councillor Christensen, you have the resolution regarding the report.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott. Agent.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick comment with regard to this. I appreciate any individual in town who wants to pursue a zoning amendment to bring their property into compliance with zoning regulations. I think that's important. And I think it's always good to do that even after the fact, because compliance is always better than continuing to fly under the radar. We've seen this happen before. It's not unheard of. And I actually think it's a good thing because we can get these under control and deal with them appropriately as far as our inventory of available housing and other things are concerned. But with regard to this specific application, I am going to support the information report because I think, this is here. Sorry, it was an information report. I am going to support this because I think more conversations need to happen with regard to the parking situation. We discussed this during the Planning and Development Services Subcommittee meeting, and my first thought is regardless of whether this is a non-conforming pre-existing use, the fact is we're putting in a zoning bylaw, or at least one is being requested. So we have an obligation as councillors to ensure that that we don't put residents of our community into an odd situation. I drive a pickup truck. I know I'm not the only member of council who does. I know that there are spouses of members of council who do, and I know there's councillors who may not have pickup trucks now, but have had them in the past. And the first thing I think of when I look at parking like that is, how the heck am I going to pull in and how am I going to pull out? I just wouldn't park there. And that's a concern, is that I don't want to find us in a situation where someone may get in, not able to get out. You're banging on the door at 6 in the morning to get people to move cars. That's just not a good situation. So I definitely think some more dialogue with the parking, that is my biggest concern with this. But beyond that, I do have to extend an appreciation to any property owner who realizes that their property is non-conforming or violates zoning bylaw, and they come here to look to rectify that situation. I think that's important. I think that's responsible for any property owner to do. And now let's work together and sort out the deficiencies and see if we can make this work. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. I want to echo what Councillor Dubanow said about the parking. I think it's on paper only. I mean, you might be bringing in compliance by drawing some parking spaces, but to me, they're not functional at all. At least 1, 2, and 3 are okay, but the rest just aren't functional. You're not going to get in and out from them. Maybe have one of those little tiny mini cars, maybe. I would also like something, I don't know if this is part of the report or not, that there be railings on those stairs and those stairs be checked out from a building point of view. I don't know, I've never seen them, but from the look, from the picture, they look kind of wanting. I'll leave it at that. The other thought is, again, does it meet all fire regulations on the second floor for the residents? And I don't know, I didn't quite understand that the reason they had to add parking spaces was so some Ontario law or whatever, and we couldn't pass a bylaw if we didn't put the parking spaces in. Could that be explained to me? I don't get it.
Ms. Dilwari, did you get the drift?
Yes, Your Worship. The reason they have shown parking is, I think the bylaw requires them to provide 9 parking spaces. On the plan, they are showing parking spaces, 6 parking spaces. I think that's the intent. They want to show that they are seeking relief for only 3 parking spaces. But in actual fact, they are seeking relief for 8 parking spaces. And I would like to mention that 3 parking spaces which are in the front, they also do not comply because they are encroaching into the road allowance. So in order for them to be in compliance, the applicant would have to enter into an encroachment agreement with the town, just to ensure that we are not liable in case there is an accident. The town is not held liable to that. So in order to reduce that liability, I would suggest if council in future approves those 3 parking spaces, I would recommend that we enter into an encroachment agreement.
Councillor Noyes.
That's a very good point. So can we pass a bylaw for nonconformity or existing use, whatever they're wanting, without those additional 8 parking spots? If we just recognize this as 3 and 3 only, would the staff still recommend the proposed changes in regards to the zoning?
Ms. Dilwari.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying that if the recommendation report, we would say 3 parking spaces, or we can definitely take that approach if council wishes.
I don't
and we
think
would have
that's, I don't think that's what she's saying. I think she's trying to delve into the suggestion that we can't pass a bylaw that requires a certain amount of parking spaces on the premise that there's a pre-existing use. I think that was the point that was trying to be put forth, and the problem is that the pre-existing use hasn't been established.
And it's not even legal non-conforming at this point.
Right. Councillor Noyes?
Okay, so I guess if we say no, when the report comes back to us, what happens then?
Well, then the property is not in compliance, and the building would have to be utilized for the current designated purpose under the official plan and the zoning which currently applies.
So if we do that, or we recognize that there's only 3 parking spaces, period, beginning and end, and some of them require an encroachment agreement, is that allowable or not?
Ms. Dilwaria?
So in that situation, we would have to, the applicant would have to seek relief, like council would have to recognize that 3 parking spaces are provided on site, and the ratio of the parking spaces would be 0.25 per unit, and that would be the bylaw. Because that was directed by council, this would be the bylaw that would allow 3 parking spaces to be present on site.
Councillor Noyes?
Yeah, thank you. Again, I'm having a struggle with this because I don't want to have 4 families evicted because it doesn't meet compliance and we have to go back to commercial. So I'm sensitive to the fact that there are people, perhaps families, living there. But I'm also concerned that we're drawing, not we, but there's parking spots in there that I don't think anybody around this horseshoe thinks that they're functional. So I think we have to recognize that. But that's my take on it. So I would rather recognize the 3 that perhaps you can park a car in and not just draw parking spaces so we can increase the number.
Well, I think that was the purpose of Councillor Dubanow's comments about the need for further dialogue about parking, because there will be people that have vehicles, they've got to park someplace. Any other councillors? So, Ms. Dilwaria, to you, is it possible for us to, if we don't already know, find out who the listing agent was when the property was sold in 2021?
Your worship, we can try looking that information. We can actually speak with the owner and get that information from him.
I'd be interested to see the listing agreement or the listing material for the property. And second of all, can we do a sub-search from 1945 to see who's occupied this property during the time since 1945? That might give us some insights into what kind of parking there might have been available. Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'm going to call the question. This is with respect for information purposes. All those in favor? That is carried. There is no regional councillor report because Councillor Ensign is not available this evening. There is a delegation. Sorry, you folks have been waiting. I know there's 2 delegations, and the first is April Jeffs and David Adames from the Niagara Parks Commission. Well, at least you had a bit of a civics lesson. And you'd be familiar, yes, yes.
Said for Erie weather, but it's their weather too.
Yeah. Good evening.
rules are that the parks would never be operational. History of tourism. Member board. Our mandate to operations funding. David will talk later.
And again, we know you've had this presentation as well, so we'll put on a few key bullet points to go through the PowerPoint. As Chair Jeff's described, we are reliant on our operation offset our environment. Second bullet point on this slide sort of outlines restaurants. Right, those are proposal since 1936, the School of Horticulture, training partners. We have the largest number of students. We've had 20 years. We have one of the oldest police forces in the province. In terms of sort of visualizing all the various offerings that we have in Niagara Parks, this slide depicts marketing perspective. Master brand is Niagara Parks at the top of the slide. We have house brand. Slide, attractions, nature, heritage. That is directed by our 10-year and that plans for everything that our commission. Environmental stewardship, a key part of our mandate. The next couple of slides outline some of those. On habitat project. That was a unique project, and now we had a shovel-ready environmental control, and when the plant was well and taking an offset with that forward. Development in Niagara. Hobbling,
and the urban forestry management strategy. We're doing a lot of mapping, particularly in the South Parkway in the Fort Erie area, the impact of the emerald ash borer. So you'll hear a lot more about our tree planting initiatives going forward. On this slide, we work very closely with Brock University and Niagara College on lots of initiatives along the whole corridor. We've just received a grant from TD to do a project at Dufferin Islands. That'll be a 3-year project for environmental stewardship in that special place within Queen Victoria Park. You might be wondering the post-pandemic tourism climate. As you know, tourism is the other part of our mandate. We were dramatically impacted over the last 3 years. Can't believe it's coming on 3 years next month. Good news, we had significant recovery in 2022. We're anticipating further recovery in 23. We very much relied on the domestic tourism market in 2020-21, and we started to see more Americans come back in 22, about half the level of pre-pandemic. We're anticipating 75% in 23. We talk about other international like Europe and Asia. We know it's going to take a bit longer for that. So we're anticipating by 25, 26 we'll be back with Europe and Asian traffic as it was in 2019. But the last bullet point, an important one, it's incumbent upon us to work collaboratively with the municipalities like Fort Erie, and we'll talk about a couple of those initiatives very shortly. What's new in Niagara Parks? It's important for us to invest in our guest-facing operations, our guest experiences. We invested $22 million in renovating Table Rock, our flagship location next to the iconic Horseshoe Falls. It's fully funded, and that was a renovation between 2019 and 2020. We're also renovating Journey Behind the Falls a little bit more this year. We're adding a bistro to feature Niagara VQA wine, Niagara craft beer, Niagara spirits in that location within Table Rock. Just a couple of examples. The Niagara Parks Power Station, this was an important adaptive reuse of a former hydroelectric power station, a huge part of Niagara's history and a huge part of Ontario's history. That was a $25 million two-stage process between 21 and 22 with the support of our commission, with the support of the province. We again funded that through a loan, which we're paying back over 10 years. And I'm very proud to share that it is being very, very well received. We're on track to see about a $7 million attraction that will certainly pay for that loan. In terms of the foundation that Chair Jeffs mentioned, we did relaunch last Earth Day, April 22nd. One of our former long-term staff members at Niagara Parks, Debbie Whitehouse, is the chair. Both Chair Jeffs and I serve on the foundation board as well. And the intention is to support environmental and cultural stewardship initiatives at Niagara Parks that we can't normally fund through our other revenue-producing operations. The highlights in 2022, we did receive a donation that went directly to one of our priority projects, which is tree planting. So we had a number of oak trees at Paradise Grove, which is at the border of the Niagara Parkway and John Street in Niagara-on-the-Lake, impacted by a few issues. So we had to take down some trees, but we replanted a 5-to-1 ratio. So that was a $10,000 donation and the $400,000 donation from TD for the Dufferin Islands project. Community initiatives right here in Fort Erie. We were very pleased to support the town's 13 for 13 event at Old Fort. I must say, and I know this is also being broadcast, so I do need to be a little careful here, but I think Fort Erie had the best event of the 13 for 13. I know that was a great team effort by all staff and council here at Fort Erie, so congratulations on that. We continue to operate speaker series to engage our regular patrons at the Old Fort. We brought the Siege back this past year, and we'll be back in a bigger way even in 2023. The interpretive signage at Bertie Hall, and again, thank you to the Heritage Committee for the plaque earlier tonight. We did a cultural heritage evaluation report on Bertie Hall, updated the plaque that's out there as well. Explore the Niagara, and talking about collaboration. This is a collaboration with the town of Fort Erie, town of Niagara-on-the-Lake, City of Niagara Falls, Parks Canada, to build out the narratives, build out certain themes along the whole corridor. Indigenous, nation building, Black history, nature and gardens. So exploretheniagara.com, that site is live. It is meant to be dynamic. We'll be adding content as we go. Lots of information about Black history during Black History Month, and we just had the second part of our 3-part speaker series yesterday for that. We'll move on to the next slide. Key projects, again, directly here in Fort Erie. We have a service agreement with the town. We work very closely with all of your departments. We mentioned the fire department here in particular, working with our roads and police department, but we work with all of the departments here. The repairs and maintenance of the Fort Erie shoreline breakwall, you can see the pictures here, the storm damage, especially from this past winter. We're taking a report forward to our Property Infrastructure Committee this Thursday to deal with this. So we'll be tackling some work depending on commission decisions this year and next year on that. The Black Creek Bridge reconstruction, we've had a lot of public engagement and involvement with the town staff as well on this. So the tender will be issued this week for that project. The Gonders Flats wetland restoration, that's a multi-stage project. If you've driven by Gonders Flats, I hope you see the work that we're doing there. Again, an area that was impacted by emerald ash borer, very wet conditions there. So we're putting in a pond to manage the wet conditions, also a trail system for the public to enjoy, and again, a great new addition to the water's edge. The marina at Miller's Creek, we're ready to go for this season. We have a waiting list for slip holders, so we'll have a full season at the marina. Mather's Arch Park, we have a great horticulture activation plan for the park this year. Preserving and promoting the 1764 fort site. So we have the oldest British military fort in the province of Ontario, located on the water's edge to the current fort. We uncovered that during archaeology work by the Wilfrid Laurier students in 2019. So through the Niagara Parks Foundation, we want to tell that story. We want to interpret the site, add an exhibit within the visitor center as well, maybe some self-guided tours through audio tour capacity. But that's an important story to tell, and we want to make sure we're preserving that site. And also improving vistas. We worked on 33 viewpoints on the upper Niagara River, most of those in Fort Erie this past year. We'll stay on top of that work now. Of course, during COVID, we had to cut back on some of that work, but we know that so many people like to stop in at those different inlets and parking areas along the corridor and enjoy those views. And I think with that, Chair Jeffs and I are here for any questions that may be on your mind. So maybe Chair Jeffs can join
us. Very much for the presentation. That was excellent. And I must say that we've seen some further detail on some of the things that you made reference to in Fort Erie. So we're pretty excited about some of the changes that are being proposed. You know, the house for which you received the plaque today, I think was acquired by the Parks Commission maybe in the late 70s.
That's about right.
And I know it was up for sale, actually. But, and my wife and I would have looked at it, except we had just finished university and we had zero money. So, and it would have required a lot of repair work then, but I believe the dollhouse went in there for a period of time shortly thereafter. Anyways, I digress. Any members of council have any questions of the representatives from the Niagara Parks Commission? No, well, we look forward to seeing more of you on some of these various programs and projects. So thank you very much for coming out. Sorry it took so long, but this is what happens when you get stuck on the highway.
Yes, and I apologize again.
Not at all.
I wish Councillor Dubanow a happy birthday. I saw that on social media. I'm turning 50 in the fall, so can I come back and get a cake, maybe?
Of course, of course, of course. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That then takes us to our final delegation, and that's Martine Israelian. Good evening.
Good evening. Never done this before, so excuse me, I'm a bit nervous. So just need my name and address, or?
Yes, we've got your address is 159 York Street, St.
Yes.
Catharines.
All right, so good evening. I'd like to start off by thanking you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the blizzard that occurred over Christmas and how that impacted the Black Creek Leisure Home and other private communities in the town. I'd also like to thank the fire chief, the mayor, Councillor Noyes, and others who I've spoken to or exchanged messages with during the height of the emergency and the days following. So my name is Martine Israelian, and I'm here on behalf of my parents, Mike and Josie Israelian, who live in the Black Creek Leisure Homes community. But I'm also here as a concerned citizen for other private or land lease communities who may have found themselves in similar circumstances. As you're aware, the blizzard that occurred over Christmas was an unprecedented event, no doubt there. I believe the town worked tirelessly and did their best to manage the emergencies with the conditions and obviously your resourcing available. So By no means, I am not here to comment or criticize the town on the emergency response efforts, but rather highlight what I perceive to be a gap in emergency protocols, particularly as it relates to the state of emergency declaration and private communities. So my parents live in a gated land lease community with approximately 375 individual mobile home units with residents ranging in age from 60 to 98. This community was out of power for approximately 54 hours between December 23rd to 25th. And obviously there were other hard hit areas other than my parents' community. So I don't, I don't mean to try to think that they were the only community that was hard hit when I know that there were actually a lot more like Crystal Beach and other areas. By the time the storm had subsided, there were snowdrifts as high as 7 to 10 feet, and residents were unable to get out of their houses. The situation became quite dire. Oxygen was running out for some individuals, insulin was freezing. The roads were impassable, so families were not able to come and evacuate their loved ones. And at one point, a fire truck and oxygen delivery truck were stuck for several hours. It was during this time families were, panicking, and we were trying to get help. We were trying to track down Park Bridge, the owners of Black Creek Leisure Homes, as well as the town and anyone who could help. But we were left with no answers or no resolution, and it seemed that communication was our main barrier. I created a private Facebook page for family members where we had over 400 members in less than 24 hours. We were able to band together, share information, and rally support from the community, to which we'll be forever grateful. So our pleas for help went unanswered from Park Ridge. They literally didn't take it seriously at all. We couldn't get firm answers from the town or other government officials on how this community would be helped. We felt we were left on our own. And at that point, we're also unaware that the town could not step in to support residents of private communities, even with a state of emergency being declared. So even at that point, it was still the sole responsibility of the landowner to protect the health and safety of their residents. This was surprising, that under such extreme circumstances, the provisions afforded to the town under such a declaration would seemingly not apply to all tax-paying residents simply because of land ownership. So as taxpayers, it's my opinion that they should have a right to the same privileges afforded by other members of the Fort Erie community. So I know that the town suggests that, one of the main barriers that we had was we couldn't get into the community. The roads were impassable. So I understand that the town could plow if EMS needed access. However, my concern is that if they wait to plow until EMS arrives, that could mean, life and death. So on Christmas, thanks to volunteers, we were able to get most of the main roads passable. That very day, an ambulance was on site for multiple calls. If we didn't plow the roads, the ambulances would not have had access, and it would only be at that point that the town could step in, from what I understand, of course. That waiting time to help the ambulance could have made a difference between life and death. So again, in my opinion, it feels more like a reactive solution when we were trying to raise concerns about this issue earlier on in the days prior. And I fully recognize that there were environmental conditions. You obviously couldn't get out and plow. No, it was by the time that plows could go out is where I kind of had, is where the issue lies. And again, no, I'm not pointing fingers at the town because I know that there were barriers. So, anyways, I guess that's what brings me here today. So under Section 4.1 of the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, which sets out the terms for declaring an emergency and states in part to protect property and the health, safety, and welfare of the inhabitants of the emergency area. So I don't see personally anywhere in that in that statement where private communities are excluded from receiving help under a state of emergency. And then further, in reading the town's emergency management program and emergency plan bylaw, number 40-2017, there's nothing in there that speaks to land lease or private communities. I mean, I'm no legal expert here, so obviously maybe there's more information in there that I'm not aware of. But there's nothing in there that I could find that spoke to that private communities were not supported under that kind of legislation. However, there is language surrounding special needs population, defined as populations whose members may have additional needs before, during, and after an incident in functional areas, including but not limited to maintaining independence, communication, transportation, supervision, and medical care. Individuals in need of additional response assistance may include those who have disabilities, who live in institutionalized settings, who are elderly, among others. So I believe that, the special needs populations would have applied to many residents of this community, should those provisions, of course, apply to private communities. This is kind of where I'm not really sure. So obviously, I had two main goals for this presentation, and it's primarily related to private communities, specifically those with vulnerable populations, when landowners specifically default on their responsibilities in keeping residents safe. So first, I'm requesting that the town update the existing bylaw number 40-2017 to include land lease in private communities, or develop a new bylaw or other mechanism that allows the town to step in and build a landowner during a state of emergency. The bylaw ideally would clearly state when and what provisions apply or do not apply to land lease or private communities, if that's doable. Secondly, I would request that a communication protocol is developed so that communities have direct access to government officials during a state of emergency. Section 10 of the bylaw under emergency information management states that the program works with the identified emergency information officers to ensure there exist procedures to communicate with special needs populations. So I believe this provision may have applied to the Black Creek Leisure Homes community, and if not, I request that the definition in the bylaw is amended to clarify any exclusion as it relates to the elderly. Finally, the health and safety of residents, in my opinion, cannot be the sole responsibility of a landowner or business. The situation brought to light a serious issue, and I think the town has an opportunity to help protect residents from negligent landowners, whether it's Park Ridge, again, the owners of Black Creek Leisure Homes, or other gated or private communities. More can be done to help protect vulnerable populations, and I know that the town would want to do what they can to ensure their safety. And from the conversations or emails or messages I've had, I have no doubt that I know that the councillors and mayor are concerned. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Israeli. And do any
Yes.
members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes, because it's your ward, and then Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Martine. Thank you for your presentation, and I really hear your concerns.
Yeah.
I would be worried too if people I loved and cared for were in Black Creek Leisure Homes during this difficult time. Don't you agree? It has to be a question. Have you had any chance, or I know the Black Creek Leisure Homes does have a board of residents. Have they made any steps to, it's past now, it's almost 2 months now, or it is 2 months past, to really sit down with Parkbridge and perhaps some legal advice in regards to what Parkbridge should be doing and stepping up to the plate?
So I want to first clarify, put it on record here, that I am by no means speaking on behalf of Parkbridge or Black Creek Leisure Homes. I'm just an individual here humbly on behalf of my mother. But yes, I can address some of those questions. So I'm not sure whether or not they've specifically sat down. What I can tell you is since the storm, we've formed my mother, we started like an emergency task force committee and kind of developing protocols. My personal, I've been looking to take kind of a legal action. I haven't been successful in finding a lawyer that will help me, unfortunately, but I don't believe the board is interested in pursuing anything further. But I know that in talking to their management, I think they recognize that they dropped the ball. I can't say for sure, but I think that they're listening, the in-staff management. But there's bigger concerns personally.
Councillor Noyes?
I don't think I
Thank you. I guess my question is that you didn't mention about the lack of generators.
Yeah, I didn't know how far to go because I know I've sent so many emails. I'm probably annoying. I apologize, Mayor Redekop, on that. But yeah, so there were generators. They were not working. They should have been working. And to my understanding, I should have brought information on that. It has been fixed, and they're getting a backup generator. So there has been some positive steps forward.
Thank you for that. And again, I'm hoping that, number one, we never experience a blizzard like we had.
Right.
But if we do, that Park Bridge is much better prepared. So the residents are cared for. Don't you agree?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, Your Worship, I think Councillor Noyes kind of asked this question. I think I got an answer, but I'm going to put it on record anyway. And just so you're aware, I sympathize with what you went through. I have family who live in there. It was awful. But I'm just wondering, and I think you answered this, but you haven't had an opportunity to seek out legal advice, find out what rights you have under your lease agreement with Park Bridge or any of that nature regarding their responsibilities and obligations for these kind of things?
The level of effort I have gone into my research, to be honest, I've spent countless hours. I don't know what I want to say on record, I guess, but I'm concerned. I'm very concerned about how Park Bridge is running the park, and Jesus is turning different. But I have a lot of concerns that are now extending beyond just this emergency about how they're running the park, and it could be a case of where they're taking advantage of a community, because I already can't find legal counsel, and I've tried many people. I was very hopeful on one paralegal, and then they just never got back to me. But it sounded like we had a really strong case. And I think that there's fear tactics, I think, at play here. And they know that, nobody's going to, for $50 here, or, whatever. There's things that they're doing that I don't think that they know that people aren't going to be tracking down the law. And I'd love to chat further with you, though, off record.
No, and I appreciate that, and there may come an opportunity in the future where they may need something from council, and of course, these are things we remember and things we can discuss in the future. I appreciate you coming to council and speaking to us this evening. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Any other members of council? So, Ms. Israelian, just to clarify, so you have approached the board, the community board?
I have not I never thought to formally approach the board. That's interesting. I think
you need to, because there would be undoubtedly a community board made up of residents who live there, because there's probably a variety of issues that the residents would want to take up with the owner of the property or the manager of the property. I would say that that's something that if you haven't done, you definitely need to do that, because I'm sure there are a number of residents that lived in there that would have had similar experiences to your parents' experience, and probably not happy with the response by the owner. So I would suggest you might want to try that as well.
So I will say that one of the board members has joined the emergency committee. They're part of another bigger I'm not sure what
Probably not
they're part of some, some homeowners associate, yes, and they've had discussions, and I guess what it came down to is they're not interested at one point, they were interested in seeking legal or paralegal counsel, and then there are some reasons why that I don't feel I should be disclosing why they've decided not to. So I guess that's why I haven't approached the board, because I guess the chair has been there.
Yeah, I would suggest you do that, because if there are 370 owners in that complex, we're not wanting to arbitrate between 370 people that may have different views. It would be much easier to accomplish what your objectives are if you had the support of the majority of the property owners, or at least not the property owners, but the residents in that community, and we were aware of that.
Okay.
Okay?
No, that's a great suggestion. I never thought of that.
Okay.
I will say that there are two other homeowners, family members who have reached out to me directly, and I've been kind of coordinating with them and giving them updates on everything that's been happening. So my concern is that there are a lot of other residents within the communities that might be looking for answers beyond, the board is making a decision, but I don't know if residents are informed on those decisions. But it sounds like I might have the power to, present. That's an amazing, I appreciate that.
Okay, well, if there are no other questions, thank you very much for coming out on behalf of your mother. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Okay. So, why don't we take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll do, pardon? Cake break, yes. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 8, well, let's take a 9-minute break. We'll come back at 9:05, sorry. We're now at the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone wishes removed from the consent agenda? If not, Councillor Christensen, you have the resolution regarding the consent agenda?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott. Council approves the consent agenda items as recommended.
Are there any questions or comments? I have a couple of questions relative to correspondence item B, which is the Ontario Land Tribunal decision with respect to the Moore property at 214 Windmill Point Road. And I gather that the staff's position was supportive of reducing the flood elevation. Is that correct, Ms. Dilwaria?
Yes, we were supportive of that.
Going forward, in view of the flooding issues and the extreme weather that we have been experiencing, and you don't have to necessarily answer this right now, is that advisable, or should we be maybe looking at how we approach these things in the future?
Advice from NPCA, because that's their regulated sector, would come back and say, we have no option, we would, and proceed the recommendation provided. Definitely, we can do that in future.
I think it would be helpful if you could follow up with the MPCA, because we've had a lot of, as you know, damage along the Lake Erie shoreline as a result of recent storms, and I'd like to hope that they abate, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. The other question that I had arising out of that, and maybe the CAO can respond to this one, there was a reference to the neighbors who were made a party to the proceeding through their corporation, requesting a second condition, and a condition relative to the building being specifically used only as a single-family dwelling. That failed during the hearing, according to the reasons, because the member of the tribunal determined that the town's zoning bylaw would provide adequate protection to the residents if the owner attempted to use the property for more than a single-family dwelling. My question is of a general nature, and you may not have the answer this evening. Would you know if we have any outstanding zoning bylaw infractions, in the sense that people are utilizing their property contrary to the provisions of the zoning bylaw?
Through your worship to council, I am aware of one for sure where zoning is being used as an enforcement approach, but I don't have an exact number, but I think we could follow back and maybe provide that by way of memo to council.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, then I'll call the question. All those in favor of the items in the consent agenda? None opposed. That is carried. That then takes us to report PDS 81-2022, and that was previously moved, and it's on the floor. It relates to a proposed zoning bylaw amendment at the corner of Pettit Road and Gilmore Road. Is there any questions or comments with respect to that report? Councillor Noyes?
Just a question of procedure, so because I see that Councillor Flagg is not here, and he's the one who put it on the floor. Does that make any difference?
No, it's on the floor, and we can
Okay,
proceed
thank you.
because it's properly before us. If there are no questions or comments, I'm going to call the question. The resolution is that we approve the amendments, so if you vote yes, you approve. If you vote no, you vote against, and this would be defeated. All those in favor of the recommendation in the report? All those opposed? Almost got knocked over by the wind. Of the hands raising. Okay, so that is defeated, and I presume that we'll notify the applicant, Ms. Dilwaria?
Yes, Your Worship, I would let the applicant know.
Thank you. That then takes us to the next resolution, and that's the report regarding PDS 81. And that's Councillor McDermott.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen. CAO 05-2023-2022 Storm Elliott report. The council receives this report for information purposes.
Questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
I want to thank the writer of this report, the writers of this report. I thought it was very well done. After any situation, like emergency situation, I think it's always prudent to follow up and, okay, what did we do well? What could we do better? And I think that report really reflects that, so that's a good thing. My one question is about I'm trying to think of one of the pages. It talks about what we're asking the government, funding recovery, I guess. And I'm just wondering, if you look at the chart on page 8, it says Storm Elliott expenses, total wages and benefits. And it crossed 2 years, 22 and 23. Do we know how much of this is possibly recoverable?
Mr. Jansen.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Noyes. The town is still compiling additional information. Those are expenditures we've incurred to date. We know that our threshold for application to the MDRA program is just over $900,000. So you can see we're not quite there yet. We will be reviewing other options, including ascertaining if we're getting closer to know other amounts that municipalities may have incurred. There is, even within that table, however, there is guidance from the province that limits the extent to which we can make claims for snow removal activities, in which case they do reference the amount of spend to budget for the year. So there is some limitations despite the cumulative cost of that event of what the town could claim. So we do have up to 180 days to file that claim with the province, so we'll continue to investigate that and report back to council at another time.
Thank you for that explanation. Nothing further.
Anyone else? I'd like to echo Councillor Noyes' comments. This is a very well done report, and certainly appreciate the time that staff has put into reviewing the various components of the emergency and the liaison with the various other agencies and municipalities. So look forward to the improvements that are going to be made to our emergency management plan and the information that we will get out to the public. So my appreciation as well. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. That then takes us to new business, and Councillor McDermott, you have the first resolution regarding the Bridgeburg BIA.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that council accepts the resignation of Brandon Flanagan from the Bridgeburg Station Downtown Business Improvement Area Board of Management, and further that council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancies in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed? That is carried. That takes us then to the next item, Councillor Dubanow, and that's the appointment to the Environmental Advisory Committee. I presume we have a candidate. Please proceed.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that council appoints Councillor Lewis to the Environmental Advisory Committee.
Are there any questions or comments? History looks like it may be repeating itself. All those in favor? None opposed? That is carried. Congratulations, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Lewis, you have the next resolution. This relates to the Committee of Adjustment. And Madam Clerk, I understand we've got a surplus of interested parties, but there's only so many that we can appoint. And how did you want to proceed with this?
Yes, Your Worship. There are 7 appointees. We have 11 applicants, so I'm suggesting that we have 7 nominations. We have 6 councillors present, so someone will have to nominate twice.
Okay, so do we all have the list of applicants?
And you would vote by ABC, so you're not identifying the individuals.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the list here.
The list is in your memorandum, the confidential.
Yeah. So I've got that. I'm just trying to. Yeah, okay, so it's it's Friday from Ashley Carter. And it's the first of 2 emails she sent us.
There could be more than 7 nominations, should somebody not agree with one of them, and then we could vote on all that have been nominated.
Do you want me to start by nominating too?
Yeah, why don't we have Councillor Lewis, you can make a nomination.
So I will nominate Michael Reels and Sam.
Letters, please.
Oh, okay. Then forget what I said and we'll let someone else go.
Well, I'll start it off. I'll nominate A. Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, Your Worship, I will nominate F.
Councillor Noyes?
I'll nominate, oh, you said AB. D?
Okay. Councillor Lewis?
I will nominate J.
Councillor Christensen? Councillor McDermott?
D.
I already got D.
I'm sorry?
I already have D.
E.
E. And,
At least one more, Your Worship.
right, so then I will do B.
I'm sorry?
That B was in there already.
B.
Can we have those from the top again?
So we've got A, B, C, D, E, F, J.
Correct. Are there any others?
Anyone else wish to nominate anyone else?
What is it we have right now, Your Worship?
A, B, C, D, E, F, J.
I'll nominate H. Right?
We have
7.
Oh, wait a minute. The first one that comes up here is what I have is the council appoints the accessible advisory committee.
No, this is Committee of Adjustment.
this is Committee of Adjustment.
Take that one out tonight?
Yeah, this is Committee of Adjustment.
That was taken out today.
Taken out? Okay, I'm sorry.
Right, so,
So Councillor McDermott, you had
so
picked E.
when you picked E, were you looking at the right list?
No, I'll take that one
Okay,
back.
so do a mulligan on that then.
Yep, that's fine.
Voices.
As soon as you find it, you can let us know what your selection is.
Sorry, we're not doing that.
No, I'm good.
You're good with E?
Yeah.
Okay. Any others? If not, then, do we need a counselor?
Is everyone satisfied with that slate?
No. No.
F, J.
Wait a minute. Oh, we've only got,
We have 7. I got 7.
well, how come?
J.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mayor Redekop, you nominated 2, A and B.
Beg pardon?
You nominated 2, A and B, so that makes 7. And we have 7 appointees to appoint.
Right, okay. Right,
Okay.
there's no counselor on this committee, correct. So where, yeah, okay, so I see,
So I need a mover and a seconder, and I'll read out the names of the successful applicants.
yes.
Lewis?
Okay, so if you read out the
Okay.
applicants, and Councillor Lewis can deal with this.
Okay, Marie Alexander, Kenneth Burton, David Gianfrancesco, John Terry Moore, Pamela Bunnan, Sam Pasha, and Michael Rails.
I'm
Move
going by
that.
the alphabet.
You move that list of of nominees.
Correct. So resolution number 7, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen. The council appoints the following applicants to the Committee of Adjustment for the term ending November the 14th, 2026, or until their successors are appointed. And do you want me to list the names again, or just the letter?
Yeah, you can, if you've got the names now.
Yep.
Yep,
So I
go ahead.
have Marie Alexander, Kenneth Burden, never was good at bingo, David Gianfrancesco, John Terry Moore,
Woodland.
Pamela
Bunnan.
Sam Pasca, and Michael Reels.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. That takes us then to the Community Gaming Development Corporation, and Madam Clerk, what's the drill on this one? We have a number of nominees, and so
We
if
have-
pull-
We have 8 to be appointed, but only 6 were received.
Right, so Councillor Dubanow, so is there, let me ask this, is there any councillor that doesn't wish to have the individuals who submitted their names appointed? Otherwise, this is the Community Gaming Corporation.
Okay.
Okay, if not, then Councillor Dubanow, if you have the list of the names, then all we need is a councillor. Councillor McDermott, you're volunteering? Anyone else? Then can you fill in the names?
I certainly can, Your Worship. Excuse me, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes, that council appoints the following applicants to the Community Gaming Development Corporation for the term ending November 14th, 2026, or until their successors are appointed, and that would be Raymond Dukawala, Mike Foster, Larry Graber, Stephen Passero, Margot Pinder, Mark Lacasse. Did I say his name correctly? I apologize if I did mispronounce that. And that council appoints Councillor McDermott to the Community Gaming Development Corporation.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Noyes, you have the next resolution, and that relates to the Fort Erie Public Library Board.
Your Worship, with this one, we have 8 citizens with 6 applications. So we have a slate of 6. Are they acceptable to council?
Let me see if I can find it.
Second email.
Here it is. Okay. Yes, is there any councillor that doesn't wish any of these to be appointed? Then, is there a councillor that's volunteering? Councillor Dubanow again? Okay. Councillor Noyes, you have the resolution then?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lewis, that, excuse me, the council appoints the following applicants to the Fort Erie Public Library Board for the term ending November 14th, 2026, or until their successors are appointed. Kenneth Burden, Larry Graber, Jerry McCutcheon, John Terry Moore, Barbara Rugg, and Tricia Lynn Pasca.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried.
So next we have Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. We already have 3 appointed, leaving 5. That puts us at a position of 14. So does council accept the current slate?
So that's Councillor Christensen, you have that resolution? Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Then we're off to the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee, and Councillor McDermott, you have that resolution. And what's the deal with this one, Madam Clerk?
We have 8 members to be appointed, but we have 9 applicants. So we need 8 nominations. Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee. Pardon me? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Yes.
One of whom has to be
One of which is a member
councillor.
of council, so that's 8.
Okay, so we're going to do the same, suggesting we do the same thing as we did with whatever other committee that was.
We need 8 nominations.
Do we need adjustment? Okay. Councillor Lewis, you get to go first then because you were paying
I
attention.
will nominate D.
Okay,
D.
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 I'm sorry, what was that?
I have no problem
So
with C.
we got to get, yeah, okay. Councillor Christensen, did you want to nominate someone? This is the, yep. Councillor McDermott, do you have one while we're waiting? Okay,
Councillor Christensen?
Councillor Dubanow?
A.
Councillor Noyes?
You said F, right?
I'm fine with those people who are already nominated.
We can only nominate 8 of the 9.
Oh, I understand that. I'm good with all of them, so I'll let,
Okay, so do you want to have a vote then on this? See which one doesn't make it? Sure.
I'm wondering, Your Worship, if we received, I don't know if there's precedent for this, but if we received 9 applications and there's 8 spots, is there anything precluding us from just appointing all 9 members if we have the volunteers? I don't want to go down that road if it violates rule.
We would have to
The
change
composition
the-
is 8.
We'd have to change the
Okay.
bylaw.
And that's a fair point. It was just such a small difference. I just thought I'd raise that, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't have Councillor Christensen.
Yeah.
has
Councillor Noyes?
somebody mentioned G yet?
Nope.
I would go for G.
And I would pick E. So back to you, Councillor. Okay, so far we've got A, C, D, E, F, G. Councillor Lewis, back to you.
Who had E? I'm sorry.
I did. I nominated E.
6. Need 2 more.
So we've nominated A, C, D, E, F, and G. There's 2 more to be nominated. Councillor Lewis? No, it doesn't have to be you. Is anyone else? Councillor Dubanow?
I'd like to nominate H.
Okay, and Councillor Christensen? B? Okay.
We have A.
Okay, so we've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. And, and a councillor. Councillor Dubanow? Okay. I have a comment, but I'm going to keep it to myself.
I'm not very good. That's what you're...
No. All right. So, Councillor McDermott, you have the resolution. Yes. So it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Do I get the cheese now? And Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that council appoints the following applicants to the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee for the term ending November 14th, 2026, or until their successors are appointed. Carol Ann Nye, Carol Wellpool, Keith Ratcliffe, David Ellsworth, Mary McLennan Pat, Elizabeth Saki, Roxanne McKay, and June Chip. That council also appoints Councillor Dubanow to the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to the Property Standards Committee, and this is another one where we have a lot of applicants, I believe.
Yes, Your Worship. We have 5 members to be appointed. We have 9 applicants.
Okay. Did you just put your hand up, Councillor Lewis? Okay. Councillor Noyes?
I'm going to pick 2, D and G.
Well, you get to pick one. Which is your preferred candidate?
D?
Okay. Councillor Dubanow?
C.
Councillor Christensen? Councillor McDermott? Well, there...
There's no J.
Madam Clerk, there must have been a late entry here for the...
Pointing yourself?
This is the Property Standards Committee.
That's why I picked 2.
If I'd have only known. Councillor McDermott, did you want to pick one?
No. There's no O either, George.
G would be good.
So, okay, do you have the listing there, Councillor Christensen? Yes, I do. Can you show that to Councillor McDermott? Yes, I do. Well, B was the first one picked.
That's what I was going to pick.
So what we've done is we've picked B, C, D, and I. Okay. Okay. So, Councillor Christensen, you've now got it, so it's C, B, C, D, F, and I.
Moved by so resolution number 12, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott. The council appointed November 14th, 2026, or until their successors are appointed. Mike Foster, Larry Graber, Terry Norman Woodland, Tricia Lynn Passia, and Tammy O'Neill.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Sorry.
Again, I did pick 2 people at the beginning, D and G.
Right.
And I'm kind of sticking to that. I would like G
Okay.
in this.
So if you want to nominate G, then what we'll do is we'll have to have a vote on that. How do you want to do that, Madam Clerk? Vote by letter?
I think I will. Sorry, I think I will have to call each one by letter and take a vote.
Yep, I can do that. So I'm going to go through the list of the names who have been nominated by letter. Okay, and I'll start, I'm going to do them alphabetically. So if you've got your list in front of you, you can follow along. You guys okay over there? Okay, so I'm going to start with the first one, letter B. All those in favor?
How many have we got?
B, sorry?
I can't see how many hands are up.
They're all up. All up. So B. D. Okay, they're all up. C. Okay, everybody's hand was up. F. Opposed? Okay, so that carried. G? Opposed? Okay, indifferent? What, indifferent? Well, okay, indifferent is a no.
That's a no.
Okay. So that's defeated. I? Opposed? Okay, so that won 3-2. So it's B, C, D, F, and I, which is, I think, Councillor Christensen, what you had before. B, C, D, F, and I. Want to do it again? Oh, before you do that, any further nominations? Okay.
So, a move by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council appoints the following applicants to the Property Standards Advisory Committee for the term ending November 14th, 2026, or until their successors are appointed. Mike Foster, Larry Graber, Terry Norman Woodland, Tricia Lynn Pascia, and Tammy O'Neill.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Is that an
Sorry,
early?
no,
Is that a late yes
It was late because I was
not an
writing.
early no? Okay, that's carried. That takes us to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and Councillor Noyes, you have that resolution. And Madam Clerk, some suggestion on this one?
Yes, this one's a little bit more complicated, as we have, if you look at the resolution before the Councillor Noyes, there's 2 beachcombers that applied, and there's 1 vacancy. I'm not sure, does the council have that list as well?
So, Madam Clerk, here's what I'm going to suggest that we do. This is a bit of a dog's breakfast, no offense to dogs, but we've got some organizations that don't have enough applicants. We've got a bylaw presumably that deals with this. It tells us what the representation is supposed to be. It provides for 4, I believe, members at large. I don't see how we could appoint more than that without changing the bylaw. So I wonder if it would make sense to put this over to the next maybe council and committee meeting on March 20th so that we can deal with it
Actually, I
then.
believe that we did have an addendum to remove them.
Beg pardon?
I believe there was an addendum.
So we've got more members? Well, the addendum talked about the Crystal Beach Improvement Board of Management.
No, she's
Minutes.
thinking of the accessibility.
And the other one talked about accessibility was pulled. Yeah, so
I can fill in all the things.
I think unless there's,
Should be, yes, let's postpone them until the next meeting.
can we do that?
So
Can we,
change the
right, can we do this on the 20th of March? Maybe we can get these organizations to provide us with additional names so that we can fill the, that'll give.
We have 1 extra, yes.
That'll give your assistant an opportunity to maybe see if she can fill in that, and then we can deal with this. Is the 20th okay, or should we put it over till the 27th of March?
Let's just put it over to the 27th of March, because we can change the composition at the
Okay.
same time.
Okay. Councillor Noyes.
Can we appoint the councillor
Does it make a
or not?
difference?
Well, we could, I suppose we could. We could.
Yeah, there's a meeting on Wednesday.
So, Councillor Noyes, it sounds to me, sounds to me like you've got something else that you're doing on Wednesday morning. Okay. Is there a councillor, sorry,
We're splitting it up. We've got 2 recommendations, so we're going to deal with one and not the other.
Oh, so then we'll move to.
Yeah. I'll do the procedural stuff. I just need a mover and a seconder, and I'll get the rest of it into the minutes.
you need a mover and a seconder for Oh, to change the,
For both. One, to put the appointments to the committee over to the 27th of March.
okay,
And then secondly, to appoint the counselor.
okay. So in terms, I need a motion then for us to put over to March the 27th, the appointment of members to the committee. Councillor Dubanow, I need a seconder, Councillor McDermott. And then I need, all those in favor? And then I need a nomination for a council representative. Seconded by Councillor Dubanow.
So you're
Nicely
moving
done,
that?
Councillor Noyes. That was very smooth. Okay, I'm presuming you're accepting, Councillor Christensen.
No, second.
Moved by Councillor McDermott, seconded by Councillor Dubanow.
Okay.
Councillor Noyes seconded it. She would have moved it, but she didn't want to appear to be too hasty. You accept the nomination? Okay, perfect.
Oh, yes.
All those in favor? It is unanimous. Okay. So now we're at motions, and there are none on our agenda. Are there any notices of motion? Oh, wait a minute. No, before I go to motions, are there any inquiries or items of new business? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just have a couple of questions, and there's no doubt that this last week, Fort Erie and in particular Crystal Beach saw the brunt of Mother Nature once again, and thankfully we're winding down the clock until spring. But I do have a couple of questions through you to the Director of Infrastructure, as I did receive a number of phone calls over the weekend from residents. And I'm just wondering, what is the process for reviewing the winter control plan after bad weather events? And will the most recent storm that we encountered, let's say last week, be part of that review or discussion?
Councillor, okay, they're not commissioners here, they're directors. Mr. Walsh.
Close enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After every major winter event, myself, the manager of Roads and Fleet, and his key supervisor, and sometimes our crew leaders get together to review what went right and what went wrong on every event. Winter control is a high priority for the town, obviously from a legal point of view, but also from a customer service point of view. I think it's the top of the list on what we get phone calls these days. So we do review after every major event what went right and what went wrong.
Councillor Lewis?
Thank you. And if I can continue,
Yep.
just a couple of other questions. I keep hearing from residents during the Christmas storm or the December storm, as well as the one that we just went through, that some individuals feel that there's been some changes made recently to our winter control bylaw and snow plowing both roads and sidewalks. And I'm just wondering if you might be able to speak to what are the changes between last winter control plan and the one that we're currently operating under, if any?
Mr. Walsh.
Thank you again. The last winter control plan was developed 2 years ago. It's a 4-year plan. It will be brought before council in another 2 years. And we've gone to a 4-year contract and plan on this. This is going to be a long-winded answer. We like to have the new council live with the plan for 2 years, figure out what works and what doesn't work for them. And at that time, when it's time for renewal, we will solicit suggestions from council. And I think we're going to go out to the public this time too through our Let's Talk venue to see what works and what doesn't. From that, we'll take advice and make recommendations as we see appropriate. What's changed from the last plan is that we have a new manager at that time, George Stojanovic. come in and take a look at the plan and optimize some of our operations. We did cut down on the number of contractors that we retain to undertake it. But through that, there has been no change in the level of service. What changed is that the contractors were getting paid for work that wasn't necessarily winter control, and in order to fulfill their financial obligations, both to us and to them, through minimum guarantees. So we've cut down on the number of contractors, and that in turn allows us to utilize them fully for winter control. Through that, we're still meeting our levels of service and exceeding our levels of service. So through that and optimizing the routes that the contractors are doing, where we may have had three contractors on 3 different routes, we now have 2 contractors on what used to be 3 different routes. So you may see a slight decrease in your immediate level of service, but you're still getting the best service in Niagara, frankly.
Councillor Lewis.
And if I can continue, I'm glad to hear that we're looking to put the winter control plan on the Let's Talk Fort Erie website. I'm wondering if that will include this spring and next spring, given those will be the 2 kind of end of seasons that we'll be dealing with before going to the new winter control plan that this council will be involved in. My last question was just with respect to last year's budget, and curious if we were over or under in terms of last year's.
You're referring
Mr. Walsh,
to,
do you know that, or would I go to Mr. Jansen?
are you, through the mayor, are you referring to 2022?
Season.
Yeah.
21-22 over 22-23.
So we this is kind of tricky because our fiscal year runs January to December, so it incorporates parts of 2 winters. We were tracking under until we had a heavy hit in November 22, and that brought us pretty close to our budgeted figures. So 2022 would be an average, or early 22 and late 22 would be an average winter.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and if I can continue, just one last comment. I wonder if for next season we take a little bit of a more proactive approach in terms of communicating with our residents the service levels that they should expect, maybe some infographics and some social media communications that may help better manage expectations, but I do appreciate the clarity to the question.
Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, we can do that. We already do some minor publicity through our social media early in the year. Maybe we should do some midwinter as well. We did get a lot of complaints just in this past event, which was quite different for us in that it was almost completely ice and plows weren't working, and the only way to control this event was through material application. We did go through double or triple the amount of sand and salt we typically use on an event for this last Thursday.
Perfect, and thank you for the clarity and the work from your department.
Any other inquiries or items of new business? Mr. Walsh, just one final item for you. We had been talking about the obtaining and deployment of some speed signs, where are we on that? I know that there's a number of neighborhoods that are quite anxious to have speed signs erected at least for a period of time before they're rotated out.
So we have one in stock right now. We have ordered 5. They were ordered last October or early November. We haven't received them yet, but we do have a plan in place to roll those out, primarily through our high complaint areas initially. But as our traffic calming policy rolls out, they'll be part of the education program.
Has this been a supply chain issue?
I can't tell you one way or the other.
Okay.
It does seem long,
If you
but
could
even
follow
the
up,
first one
yeah.
was long.
If you could follow up again, I'd appreciate it. Okay, there are no motions. Are there any notices of motion? Sorry, Councillor Noyes.
I thought you were going to move on. Yes, I do have a notice of motion in regards to that the town of Fort Erie identifies the need for before and after school care in Stevensville Black Creek schools, and we'll encourage the funding source to fund these programs.
Okay, are you broadening that to the town or just one area of the town?
Okay, from my understanding, it exists in the other areas.
Between now and then, you can maybe refine that, because any area that doesn't have it now, or any area that does have it now, could be prone to not having it in the future. I think we need to get to the nuts and bolts of it, but I'll leave that with you. My thinking is that it should be a broader perspective, because I know you're concerned specifically about the Stevensville area. There was something that I had received and passed on to you about an after-school program. I don't know whether that's part of what, okay.
No, actually, if you want, I can kind of change my notice of motion, that we identify the need for before and after school programs in all the schools in Fort Erie.
And that's returnable March 27th?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other notices of motion? Then that takes us to consideration of bylaws. Are there any bylaws that anyone wishes removed from the package? If not, Councillor Lewis, you have the resolution for first and second reading of the bylaw package.
I have the long one tonight. Resolution number 14, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen, that bylaw package containing 18/2023 to deem part of a certain registered plan of subdivision not to be a registered plan of subdivision 63 Idlewild Street, Frank Anthony Alicio, owner, 19/2023, to authorize the entry into a gaming funding agreement for a grant funding agreement for physician recruitment with Dr. Mangdi Hanna, 2023, to authorize the entry into a lease agreement with Down the Rabbit Hole Theater Co., Crystal Ridge Arena, 21/2023, to deem part of a registered plan of subdivision not a registered plan of subdivision, 241 Derby Road, Doreen Martin Ferber, owner, 22/2023, to accept and declare lands as a public highway on the northeast corner of Parkside Avenue and Buffalo Road, 589 Scott Avenue, Michael Perenzi and Marilyn Atherton, 23/2023, to amend zoning bylaw number 12990 as amended, 63 Idlewild Street, Frank Anthony Alicio, owner, 24/2023, to amend zoning bylaw number 12990 as amended, 533 and 549 Ridge Road North, 1855838 Ontario, Inc., and Richard James DeCorte, owners, 25/2023, to enact an amendment to the official to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw number 150-06 for the town of Fort Erie planning area, amendment number 67-97 Gorham Road, Omo 5 Incorporated, Ross Bonocor and Cam Mofid, owner, 26/2023, to amend zoning bylaw number 12990 as amended, 97 Gorham Road, Bomo 5 Incorporated, Ross Boncor and Cam Mofid, owner, 27/2023, to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw number 150-06 for the town of Fort Erie planning area, amendment number 68-271 Ridge Road, DCS Niagara Developments, Inc., Rick Bovin, owner, 28/2023, to amend zoning bylaw number 12990 as amended, 271 Ridge Road, DCS Niagara Development, Inc., Rick Bovin, owner, 29/2023, to amend zoning bylaw number 12990 as amended, 2092 Adelaide Street, Niagara Pines Development Limited, Paul Savoie, owner, 30/2023, 26-2023 to amend the preliminary capital budget for the town of Fort Erie for the year 2023. 31-2023 to adopt the general capital budget and general levy operating budget for the town of Fort Erie for the year 2023. 32-2023 to reappoint Edward T. McDermott of ADR Chambers, Inc. as Integrity Commissioner of the town of Fort Erie, and to authorize the renewal of the current contract with ADR Chambers, Inc. 33-2023 to stop up and close part of 6th Street road allowance and part of abutting lane on Plan 519. 34-2023 to authorize the sale of part of 6th Street road allowance and part of abutting lane Plan 519 to 2717041 Ontario, Inc. And 35-2023 to authorize entry into agreement with His Majesty the King in the right of Ontario as represented by the Minister of Transportation for the Province of Ontario for the Safe Restart Agreement, Phase 4 funding for municipal transit is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? And opposed, that is carried. That bylaw package is on the floor for any questions or comments by any members of council. Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I just wanted to comment on bylaw number 26, 2023, the Gorham Road, 97 Gorham Road. I still have concerns about the turning lane being so close to Far Avenue, but I do recognize the efforts put in by the developer. He did move the driveway down a fair bit. He did move the building so that the neighbor who was concerned about the shading would not be as affected. And I understand that, you know, the Ridgeway definitely does need apartment building. So I'm in support of this, but I still remain concerned about the sight lines in regards to with Far Avenue, with the road being so high and the ramp coming off of it. So just wanted to comment.
Thank you. Councillor Dubanow, you have anyone else? Sorry. No, he's got the next resolution. If you had question or comment.
I just wanted to make similar comments to Councillor Noyes, but I do think the applicant here did try to maneuver the project around as best as possible. Still have some concern, but also realize the importance in this project and the need for this type of housing stock to happen sooner than later. So I agree with your comments, Councillor Noyes.
Any other questions or comments before we go to Councillor Dubanow? Councillor Dubanow, third and final reading.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that bylaws 18-2023, 19-2023, 20-2023, 21-2023, 22-2023, 23-2023, 24-2023, 25-2023, 26-2023, 27-2023, 28-2023, 29-2023, 30-2023, 31-2023, 32-2023, 33-2023, 34-2023, 35-2023 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Cool. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Count Dracula would be proud of you.
Thank you.
Councillor McDermott, you have first and second reading for the confirmatory bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen. The bylaw 36, 2023 to confirm the actions of council at its council and committee meeting held on February 13, 2023. Council and Budget Committee meeting number 3 held on February 15, 2023. Special Council and Committee meeting held on February 22nd, 2023. Special Council meeting held on February 27, 2023. And its Council meeting held on February 27, 2023 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Christensen, you have third and final reading for that bylaw. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Scheduling of meetings. Councillor Noyes, and then Councillor Dubanow.
There's an accessibility meeting tomorrow in Committee Room 1 at 4:30.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, Your Worship, I believe we have a Planning and Development Services Subcommittee meeting this week, but I don't see it on my calendar.
It's not, I don't have it on. If we do, it's not on my calendar.
Okay, no, that's fine. I know we have one coming up, and I apologize for that. I should, maybe it's the following
Unless it's on
week.
Thursday or Friday.
It's on the 7th?
Okay.
Yep, my apologies, Your Worship. So yeah, that's on Tuesday, March 7th at 3:15 PM. That's here in Town Hall. And I'm just looking here. I don't think we have a meeting room assigned to it yet, but I'm sure we'll find one by then.
Okay. Any other meetings? Councillor Christensen.
Council rep.
That's March the 1st. You'll be way early.
That's exactly.
And what time is that at?
It's at 10 a.m. at,
Yep. Did you want? Are you hoping that Councillor Dubanow will weigh in here shortly? Any other meetings? Okay. Councillor Dubanow, over to you.
Yes, Your Worship, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that council adjourns at 10:11 PM to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on March 27th, 2023, which is my son's birthday.
Cool. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
He's going to be 11.
Which day?
March 27th.
Oh, yeah.